All right.
Okay, let's open up
Last
the
time we had to
YouTube.
open YouTube.
Yep. Okay, so we're up and live. So I just have to mute the YouTube channel because we can hear each other talk. So that means everybody else can hear us when they come in.
Yeah.
If they come in. Okay.
Okay. Let's
We're back, bitches.
see. Live and direct. Mhm.
Mustafa might be popping in here. Let's see. I hadn't seen him on TikTok all day. Okay, so I just got an email saying you're now live on your channel.
Oh, okay.
I guess I should change the title to what we talk about current events. Let's change that to current events. Let's see. Change it to let's edit title current events. Events. There we go. So now refresh your page and it'll show up current events. There.
Let's see. Let me see. Refresh. Refresh. What am I? Oh, there we go.
Hello, everyone. I'm just typing in the chat. Okay. Where did Miss Chrissy go?
I'm there. You don't hear me? You don't see me?
Yep, now I do. There you go.
No.
I am typing in the chat. Let's see here. Oh, look at the little kitty. I like that one. Did you see my chat pop up?
Oh man.
There it is. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
So we have a madman holding the world hostage. I was like, oh my God. So I got distracted today trying to multitask and watching the market and everything that he's doing, trying to mess up everything for everybody.
See? No. I don't know what we can say about that.
Nothing we can do. I mean,
I mean, ain't nothing we could do, but what can we? And I'm saying, like, we can't nothing say or do.
uh, the planet is a ghetto. The planet is a ghetto. I mean, at this point, the whole planet is a ghetto.
I don't know what to say about humankind, man.
It is a ghetto. The planet is a ghetto. Look, the aliens flew close to Earth. They're like, hey, maybe we'll make a pit stop. They're like, nah, you don't want to stop there. It's like going to a truck stop, and you like you don't want to use their bathroom. Just keep going. You got a little bit of gas in your spaceship. Just keep flying to
Yeah,
the next galaxy.
yeah, that's like when I'm driving sometimes and I miss one rest stop because I'm just not ready yet. And then it's like next rest stop, 12 miles.
Mm,
Damn, hold on, now I'm ready.
right? But in this case, it's like you just don't want to stop there because it's just the
Yeah,
ghetto. It's
yeah.
nasty.
They are all laughing at us. We are laughing freaking stock.
But like I said, I am looking for a man that's willing to dig in the dirt with me and help me build a bunker. And won't mind that I'm so tired that I snore sometimes.
So tired of what?
And that wouldn't mind that I'm so tired from digging a hole in the backyard trying to build a bunker that if I snore, if I go to sleep. Right? He wouldn't mind if I'm snoring. Maybe he's snoring too because he's tired.
You know? You know what? Why don't you go to sleep first so you don't know that I snore?
Right, right. That's funny. But that girl, yeah, she was definitely a pick me. I don't like pick me's. I'm not a big fan of pick me's.
Yeah. And tell me why. So, I told you about my comment about grammar police, right?
Right, right.
So then when I go back and I look again, he's like, oh, that comment grammar police had me dying laughing out loud.
So he thought it was cute and funny.
Yeah, he thought it was funny and stuff. And then next thing you know, shortly after that, I get a friend request.
Oh, did he send you a friend request?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
See?
I am everything you say you wouldn't date somebody for. As a petty reason you wouldn't date somebody. I am everything. I embody all of that. And you gonna send me a friend request.
But you know what I've been saying though, the fact that you challenged the fact that you challenged, that is why he respects that. You know how when you're in school and somebody's like the bully, and then if you go ahead and fight the bully, and even if you get your butt whooped, y'all end up being friends for like 30 years and stuff. One time, I thought they thought they could get over on you, and the fact that you bucked up and you're like, no, man, if I go down, I'm still gonna, make a scene.
Because I make that comment, all because I said the comment about the cheesy grin. Yeah.
So that just piqued his interest.
Yeah, because he's like, oh, then you wouldn't date me.
Right. That just piqued his interest. And the fact that, like I said, that pick me girl, he's not going to go for her either because she's not going to be a challenge to him. All men kind of, in a sense, want men and women in general. That's just human nature. You want somebody to challenge you in a relationship because that's how you bond and how it grows.
True.
Because Carrie was like my complete opposite. Like I never on purpose would have gone out seeking to date Carrie. He was not my type. He was not the type of guy I was used to dating. And like I didn't see anything that we had in common. Absolutely nothing because he was a jock. I don't like jocks and that mentality. He was a redhead. I didn't like he was a giant. I didn't like gingers, but he challenged me in a sense, and he had a good sense of humor. He was just like, well, you may not like me, just give me a chance. So he said it like that. He was just out in the open. It's like, give me a chance, and I was like, okay, I respect that. And I did, and he stayed with me. We stayed together 20 years. through thick and thin, good and bad. It wasn't perfect, but still.
Yeah. That's cool though.
Because he just absolutely was not like my type that he wasn't.
And then.
Right. He grew on me. And I trained him to be the way I wanted him to be.
There we go.
It worked for both of us.
There we go.
Yeah. There's a lot of training in there too, cracking of the whip. I sent that TikTok video I made to Kevin. He hasn't said it yet, but I sent it to him with a bunch of laughs. He probably doesn't understand why I sent it to him. Because he probably forgot that post that he made the comment about where he got technical about the inches and stuff, centimeters. He's probably like, why is she sending me this? What are you having for dinner? Are you eating dinner?
Yeah, I'm finishing my food from lunch.
Oh. Do you cook? What do you like to cook?
I mean, I don't cook often. I cook whatever, but I don't or haven't cooked often because it's just me and then as you see, a lot of times I don't really eat, or like how I have leftover from lunch, I'll eat that since it's just me,
Uh-huh.
But I mean, I'll cook whatever, and if I never cooked it before, I love Google. Google will give me the recipe.
Or you could click on YouTube and find the recipe and how to make it.
I mean, the only reason I go to Google is because I can screenshot or keep, instead.
Okay, stand it up. Yeah.
Yeah, instead of like a video or something going across with YouTube. But yeah. So like today I had Panda Express. So I had the chow mein. I got some kind of chicken with chicken breast and string beans, and then a honey sesame chicken breast. So
the wrong thing. I was trying to change our background. I'm gonna change the background. Let's see. Mm-hmm. We'll change it to. That's kind of cool. Let's try this one. That's cool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to put it like a soothing aesthetics, since everybody had a harsh day. So we got the jellyfish going and the cool little aesthetics of the background behind us.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is pretty cool because you know what? If you stare at it, you do get lost in it.
It's peaceful, yeah. Kind of winding down.
Yeah. Sheltering.
Yeah, it's good, but it's a little kitty because I picked it from the little icon box on YouTube, and it's a little kitty peeking out inside of a little box. It didn't show up though. No. But you can see it if you look at the YouTube page. It's the little.
I'm on the page, but I don't remember how I found it.
Hit the emojis.
No, I gotta remember how I found to rate the
comment. Oh, the chat box. Okay. Yeah, they got a little kitty and a little washing hands thing, and
it says live chat, but tap to open live chat.
Yeah, and then you see the little emojis.
Oh yeah,
there's a little kitty right there in the box, peeking out of the box.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Ooh.
One more day, I'll have my phone paid tomorrow. Then I'm gonna be really upset if I don't. Anthony promised me then then I could drive around with you in the car. Because my little African dude never followed. He never came through paying my bill. He said he was gonna. He said he offered it. I just sent him my account number. He didn't pay it. But that's okay. I didn't ask him. That's all right. I'll get it on. I don't need Mr. Africa dude.
Exactly. And then they wonder why you don't want to talk to them no more.
Right? Ghosted. Already ghosted. Then when you get the stuff done, handled by yourself, then it's like, oh, well, how are you doing? No, you ghosted me. And look, I'm gonna just be upfront too. Like if
Oh,
Ronald,
I don't like it.
you ghosted me. Hi, there you are in the chat.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
like
be like,
it that it says good vibes. Like I do want to see the picture that like the emojis that
yeah,
I chose.
but you have to look at the page. You just
Yeah.
have to, yeah.
Well, I mean, well,
But
yeah.
you're a permanent moderator in the group. But you have to change your picture. You got to put a picture up there.
Isn't my picture up there?
Nope, not on your YouTube channel. The YouTube
Oh,
channel is separate.
oh,
Yeah, you just have to change the little icon
oh
thing.
no. I thought you were talking about this. I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, on the video, yeah, because that's a different app. We're getting the hang of this. We're getting the hang of it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Look at the aquarium. Somebody's putting their hand like in front of the aquarium. They can't put their fingers up in front of it. But I want to see the jellyfish though. Where did the jellyfish go?
It's up there. It's like in the top corner.
Oh, there it is. Okay. There, my friends, my jellyfish. This is so pretty to watch. Now that would be like an excessive purchase I would get if I won the lottery. It would be a huge aquarium like the size of a wall with nothing but jellyfish in it, just so I could just sit there and I'd have like some cool lights that would change up in it.
Yeah.
And just sit there and stare at the jellyfish. Because I mean, I would imagine it would be low maintenance because what do they eat? I would just have to put like some coral or something in the bottom and a few little fish.
Mm-hmm.
They don't seem like they're high maintenance. The only thing that's going to be high maintenance would be a tank to hold them in.
Jellyfish.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So wait, you posted in the group, or you said that the comment to Kevin?
Yeah, I just sent it to him in the messenger.
Oh.
He hasn't responded back though. I sent it with a bunch of laughing faces because he probably got it and was like, "Why is she sending me that?" Forgetting about the comment he made the other day. He'll figure it out.
Have you seen the post about like the Ukraine Russia thing? How they compare it to an abusive relationship?
I compare like remember the other day I was saying being stuck here in this country is like being in an abusive relationship.
No, but I'm saying, did you see the post that describes like the situation that's going on with Ukraine and Russia in that terms?
What group?
I didn't see it in no group. I just saw a bunch of people posting it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It says, the Ukraine and Russia crisis in simple terms for those that have no idea what is going on. Ukraine used to be in an abusive relationship with Russia, feeding him, letting him use her car, and giving him whatever he asked for until she built up the confidence to call it quits back in 1991. Since then, Ukraine has been working on herself, becoming a strong, independent woman with help from friends like France, America, Poland, etc., offering her support, loaning her money, and helping her find her way. Ukraine has been enjoying being single for 30 years and looking forward to continuing to grow and create new friendships. Now, Russia, being the toxic ex that it is, wants her back and doesn't want her meeting new people or creating any new relationships. A couple of weeks ago, Russia started sitting in the front of Ukraine's house, and when her friends asked him what he was doing there, he said, "Oh, nothing, just getting a little bit of exercise in, that's all." After her friends told her that Russia was potentially getting ready to do something bad to her, he said, "They're lying. They just want you to be scared of me, and that's not what it is." Yesterday, Russia broke into Ukraine's house, beating her up and taking advantage of her while on live stream and double dog daring any of her friends to do something about it. And if they do want the smoke, Russia got that thing on them.
That's a perfect analogy.
Yeah, right?
Analogy.
That's why I was like, did you hear it?
Yes, that is the perfect analogy because that's exactly how it played out. They started stalking her, sitting out in front of the house, like just you know. Could you imagine? And see, I can't relate to like abusive relationship type thing because I've never been in one.
Me neither.
Because I've always been in the mindset, like there was a guy, well, two in my entire life, that's in my entire adult life, that have hit me, but the very next day I was gone. I never stayed. I never hoped. I never thought, okay, they'll, you know what I'm saying? I never stayed in a situation like that. So I cannot relate to an abusive type situation. Now I've witnessed and I've had friends and seen it like from the outside looking in, people that have done that, that have just sat there and taken it and said, oh, they'll change, or, you know what I'm saying? I can't relate. I just mentally, emotionally cannot relate to that. And I feel the same way about this country because was making plans of, like I was telling you about the traveling foodie show. I was getting ready to start traveling outside of the country. I'd never been out. Was excited to do that. And then everything got wiped out. And then I thought, okay, let me try not to get upset and figure out a way to I could start trying to make money again. So I could still do that. But now I'm realistically looking at the situation like I'm trapped in an abusive relationship that I cannot get out of, and I don't appreciate it.
Yeah.
Every day that I wake up, it makes me angry and angry because I know for myself that leaving would be the best for me, but I can't. I'm trapped. I cannot leave and get away from this abusive relationship. And I just really don't appreciate that. And every time I see a plane, I'm like, you're leaving me. You're leaving me. Every time I see a plane in the air, I'm like, that should be me. Look, our friend showed up again.
I'm trying to figure out what it means, but
I don't know, but it's like the same person that came yesterday. It's Russian. I know it's like it's Russian, isn't it? Or
it's some foreign language. I don't know.
Or Swedish, or it's not. It's like Russian or Swedish. Georgia Anakiba. Anakiba. I think I said that right. I'm looking at. Hi, Georgia Anakiba. I don't know what they're saying though. But it looks like the same person that was there yesterday. Maybe they like to hearing us talk. It looks like the same person that was there yesterday.
It says.
Look, the characters spell out. It looks like Georgia Nakiba. Let me see something. Oh, the name is Bogdan Alexiev, and the other thing deleted. And this something. Oh, maybe he's saying something. Maybe he's trying to say this sucks. Oh, but it's the same person, so they don't troll very well. If it's a troll, it's like the same. He's returning to the scene of the crime.
Maybe that's what he's trying to say.
Well, I mean, it's the same person from yesterday. That's funny.
I don't know, something. Let me go back to that picture. History. Oh, this. Okay, hold on. No. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to find. Oh, okay, let's see. Translate. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see.
Then it's just a kid. So all three officers were found guilty. I was shocked.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean, though? Have they had the sentencing? How long are they going to be
Well,
going?
sentencing will come afterwards, but
Okay.
yeah. And then they said how they tried to say like they try to use excuses like being new on the job and that bystanders were being so loud, and they try to use excuses, but yeah.
We all saw the video. The bystanders were nowhere in the camera.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And one of those guys, I remember seeing, like after it happened, the black cop. Let's see, Coon and Lane said they deferred to Chauvin. Okay, Coon or Lane. Lane is the black guy. Anyway, he had the nerve to make videos of himself going to the grocery store, and like people were yelling at him in public, but it was like he was trolling everybody, like
Mm-hmm.
going trying to live his life and stuff like that. But he was filming it all, but nobody was, reacting towards him. Like he was kind of acting shocked, like why are
Yeah.
people yelling at me and stuff. But you were the one that's filming it and posting it
Yeah.
on social media. Like nothing's wrong. Like, really? Are you really that? Yeah, you shouldn't have been a cop in the first place then.
Excuse me. Mm-hmm.
Ah,
What
got
happened?
messaging. You get the message?
I'm sending something.
Uh,
I was sending something. Oh, my foot is cramping.
ding. No. Hi, April. Okay, so April's say, huh?
No, I was laughing at one of my friends send a voice message.
Uh, April Scott. What is Vum Vum is that code?
Okay. Oh,
Is that code for
that's
something?
that's kind of the same thing that this other one put.
Well, everybody's heard the saying.
Oh, okay.
Well, America has been.
So then they're kids then.
But the other one put NGO. She put ONG.
Oh, okay. So it's some kind of code
Yeah,
for
I gotta look it
teenagers.
up in a second. I'm gonna look it up in a second.
Lee Dong Wook official followed me on TikTok, which that's not the real Lee Dong Wook. I wish.
What did he? Oh. Right.
In the fuck around era since Carmel murder case, investigators say the man. Yeah, which actually grew up Russian. Sis, look at you. Yeah, so y'all go check out the original creator of this, Nick Trawick 13. Y'all go support him and check out his videos.
Can we be honest? The situation in Ukraine is the same Cold War bullshit we have been dealing with for decades. Because these two economic ideologies cannot stop trying to compare and find out whose dick is bigger. That's all this comes down to. That's it. Rich, motherfucking, powerful nations having a pissing contest,
right?
And people dying.
But they're men. There's like no women are involved in this madness.
Always. If you look at the fuck shit these two bullshit ideologies have done on this motherfucking planet, you would shit yourself with the amount of bloodshed. The amount of fucking bloodshed. And it's never the rich, it's never the powerful, it's never the corporations, it's never the war profiteers, it's always the goddamn people. Every fucking time. Because capitalists and former communists who are now oligarchs are all like, well, my way's better. No, my way's better. It's a game of risk with human lives involved.
Right, we're collateral damage.
And we have been playing this tired ass game for decades. For as long as I've been on this earth and longer, we have been playing this bitch ass fucking game. This is what they do. When powerful people say, there ain't enough of the pie for you, I want more, no, I want more, let's blow a bunch of bullshit up. That's all this comes down to. Powerful people talking shit, poor folks fucking dying.
Right, and the poor people, we outnumber them, so I don't understand why we're not organizing to stand up to this mess. Because I'm only one person. I'm down.
There's not been one fucking area on this planet that hasn't been touched by that bullshit. Not a single one. The lives lost in South America, Africa, the Middle East, Europe, China.
I don't know how to get it to.
So that rich and powerful people can get more of a profit share and a less of a profit share for them. It's big dogs fucking barking and puppies getting murked. I'm so fucking sick of this fucking pissing contest. These two dumb motherfucking ideologies cannot find a way to coexist and leave each other the fuck alone. So now a bunch of people gotta fucking die. But I guarantee you, the war profits will be out the fucking roof.
Right.
Fuck out. To be honest.
That's what I was saying like a few weeks ago with that back and forth. Biden was talking about we're trying to do this diplomatically and this and that and this and that. We're way beyond that. He doesn't want to do anything diplomatically. Okay, we're way beyond that. It's down to freaking lower the hammer, drop the gauntlet, and just kick some ass. Just plain and simple. Because he does not want any diplomacy. He doesn't want to come to terms.
So some people are saying it's probably bots, or they are bots, and people are saying that they used to spam old videos and it would lead to porn sites and stuff. So those are just bots.
Okay, so we could block them then.
Yeah.
Okay. Block user on YouTube. And then block user on YouTube. So we blocked them. Okay, I blocked both of them. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
LGBT K-pop idol, please remember my good friend Kim Ki-hong. Kim Ki-hong was a groundbreaking LGBT activist and transgender rights activist in Korea. 1 year ago today, she decided to end her life. Korea is an absolutely terrible place for sexual minorities. Please remember that. It's not a joke. Unless my
book or series has the
How's it, beautiful people of TikTok? Hey, I know a lot of you who follow me live with chronic pain, chronic illness.
What do you like on?
Society collapse.
I'm just scrolling through TikTok.
Oh.
Okay, there's some guys on here on their live, and they're playing the tic-tac-toe. Or you remember that tic-tac? Or no, Connect 4 game? You remember playing that?
Yeah.
So one guy's playing with a soldier or something on his live.
What is this?
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I could choose to argue with the dentist on here about how their career works, but I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot like you do right now. Fucking dunce.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I could choose to argue with the dentist.
Okay, so this guy is, I think he's a teacher. He teaches creative writing, but he's in the martial arts too. And he's always going back and forth with trolls and stuff. Let's see. I think I sent you one of his videos the other day because it's kind of funny. He's ADHD, bipolar, anxiety, and I don't know what BPD is. Oh, here's one. I missed
When
this one.
colorless people tell me to forgive Mark Wahlberg for his violent hate crimes against black children and Asians. Because it was a long time ago and people change.
I hear what you're saying, but shut the fuck up.
I will send it to you. He's funny. Because he's so little, so he's got a lot of spunk, though. There's a little Asian dude. He's got a lot of spunk.
Black children and Asians. When colorless people tell me to forgive Mark Wahlberg for his violent hate crimes against black children and Asians. Because it was a long time ago and people change.
I hear what you're saying, but shut the fuck up.
I like him.
I hear what you're saying, but
really, I mean, you have nothing to say beyond that. Just shut the fuck up.
mm-hmm.
Speaking of shut up is trending on Twitter. So you don't have a Twitter account? You never had a Twitter account?
No, I was never into Twitter.
My Twitter account started out with nothing like me except for music and art and sharing like stuff with Carrie and I did. And then after that, after he died, then I didn't tweet for a couple of years. And then when I started tweeting again was then during the election stuff. So then it's like super political now. So, and it's like political. I'll occasionally like tweet some other stuff, but I usually just keep up with like, you know, what's the news, what people are saying and stuff like that. And then I troll occasional politicians. And journalists that aren't doing their job and troll them.
Have you ever seen those videos with the those TikTok leggings that they call it? The leggings that make the behind look cute bigger?
No.
And then the husband's reactions or the boyfriend's reactions to them?
No, I haven't seen that one. Post it. Yeah, send it to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but it's so funny because I had bought one of those leggings on Amazon because I was using it for working out, and it really do make your behind look big.
Does it? Does it work?
Yes. It make your behind look nice and shapely. If it ain't been shapely before, it is now in those leggings.
Yes. He's just standing there like that. TikTok leggings. I haven't seen those.
What? Oh my gosh. You was on TikTok all the time. You never saw this trend?
No.
Oh my god.
So where do you get the leggings? I want me a pair now.
Well, I ordered mine. I got mine off of Amazon, but
I want me a pair. How much?
Why you want to be walking out in the street? So guys
I just want to do it just so I can make a video.
No, you want to go to the Asian market so they can be like, no.
I would never go to the Asian market with pants like that. Never. No, ma'am. I would never go to the Asian market like that. No. No.
You won't be single no more.
No, ma'am.
No more. You gonna wonder where this guy who's 6'4" came out of nowhere. You're gonna be like, I come to this market every week, every other day.
I could not go to the Asian market like that because he would never take me home to meet his mother. I'm trying to get an invite home to meet the mom.
That is going to mesmerize him. He ain't gonna care what his mama say. He ain't gonna care what mama say with them pants on.
Okay, I want some just so I can make a TikTok video wearing them. But not at the Asian market. I'll go somewhere else.
Or when you come to New York, wear it.
I'm wearing them right there with you. Because I wouldn't be by myself. I'll be wearing them with you.
Yo, I should do that. I should do that. One day, Felix gonna be like, "Oh,
Felix and Kevin." I can see both of us wearing those pants around.
Oh, wait. I do already know Kevin's reaction, right? One of the ladies at the meetup, she opened up her phone because she was going to show me something, and the first thing that came up on like Instagram or whatever it was her sister, a picture of her sister, but her sister is like humongous booty model. Well, or she a model, but her behind is humongous, right? So because Kevin was up my freaking butt, he was right there when she was talking to me, and when she went to open her phone to show me, so he saw it and he was like, "What?" He was like, no. So then because of him doing that, he was like, hold on, go back, right? So because he was doing that, now other people are listening. He's like, did you see? And now she starts showing everybody her sister butt because now the next guy is sitting there, so she got to show him because Kevin made a scene, and then he's like, "Oh my god!" So now all the guys want to see what or see what everybody is looking at. What her sister like? What are they looking at?
Oh no, that's funny.
He was like,
that's
no.
funny.
He was like, go back.
Yes, I have to get some so we can make a prank video. You and I wear them together. I'm not gonna wear them until I get with you.
Imagine me going for drinks.
I know.
And I do have a black one. So imagine me going for drinks to meet up with Felix, and it's fairly nice outside. I can wear black leggings and a t-shirt. And the t-shirt, and then I go there and did you you see in the video the one where the guy he threw the remote so his girlfriend had to bend down off the bed and pick it up?
Right.
And she gave it to him and he threw it again. Yeah, I've dropped something.
Yeah.
Drop something so that I have to bend down to pick it up.
I gotta be a pair of. I want to get a pair of those. So you ordered some when? When did you order yours?
Oh, I had ordered it back probably around last summer-ish or so, because like I said, I was getting it for working out.
Okay, TikTok leggings plus size.
I was buying different leggings to use for working out, so yeah.
TikTok leggings, high waist. Okay.
Yeah, and they got the shorts to it. They got one-piece jumpsuits. They got one-piece short jumpsuits. They got everything in that material that make your butt look like that.
Okay, let me see. Okay, these are high waist scrunch, booty lifting leggings. Pay in full or in 4 interest-free installments. It's not plus size. They have them at Walmart. It says, let's see. Why do they make the advertisement look crazy like that? Do they really make the butt look like that? Have you?
Yes.
They do.
I put them on and I wore, and I was shocked.
Really?
Yes.
I gotta get me a pair. Currently out of stock. Just my luck.
Wait, and then you might think like, oh, I have to wear a thong or no underwear with it to make my butt like. No, I wore my regular granny panties. I wore my regular granny panties with it, and that sucker still made my behind look huge.
You said you wore granny panties?
Yep, full coverage granny panties.
That's funny. That's funny.
Telling you.
Honeycomb leggings.
I'm telling you, those things is for real.
And what color did you get?
I had gotten black and red. I need to stretch my legs now. I need to stretch my legs.
Okay, now I'm on a mission to try to find on a mission so I can get me some leggings because we got to do a video with them.
Oh,
Let's see.
Oh.
Okay, eBay. Nope, that's not it.
So what, you Googled it or something just now?
Yeah, I was trying to see where you could get them, and it's like, let's see. I clicked on the eBay link, but that's not the leggings. So. And then I clicked on the Walmart, and then they were out of stock. They had them at Walmart, but they were out of stock. That's funny. So I want to see. Did you take any pictures with them, with the leggings?
Yeah, let me go. I gotta go through my album.
You said they really work. That's funny.
Let's see. 2021. Okay. All right, maybe let's search summertime. But yeah, you see almost like they walk in and they're like, "Whoa, wait, what?" And then the ladies are recording them.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm. No, this is me, but with you can only see my legs. Hold on. It's a still picture. This is a video, but let me see. Okay, no, that doesn't show me. Mm-hmm. No, it's not no picture that you're gonna really see me in it, really.
Okay.
Like, cause this one here, I have the black ones on, but it's the front. Like, it's a picture of me from the front. Like, I'm taking an angled picture, like I always take. Yeah, no. I thought I had a picture though. But I'm not finding it. What are you doing now?
I was just sitting here looking at it, looking at some quote. This quote.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see what they're saying. Oh, Rachel Maddow's back.
Oh.
I'm gonna see if you can hear it through the chat. Let's see. Hear it through the chat. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Hear it through the chat. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Hear it through the chat. Let's see.
They have a totally non-competitive, unmodernized, technologically backward oil and gas industry to show for it. But that's really all they have in terms of an economy. I mean, literally their entire economic output is oil and gas. And even so, their oil and gas sector is so lame that whenever they want to do something more complicated than sticking a straw into the ground in Siberia, they have to find some Western oil company to come in and build the technology for them to do it. The one thing they have, they barely even have. Russia is a country with immense resources. And the Russian people have a record of cultural and scientific achievement that any country on earth would kill for. And yet, their leaders have taken that potential and just shredded it. Russia, under its current leadership, has devolved into a kleptocratic dictatorship where, yes, technically there's a parliament, there's the Russian Duma, but really exists in name only. It's just basically an extension of Russian President Vladimir Putin. And yes, technically there is a judiciary in Russia, but also in name only. It is also just an extension of Russian President Vladimir Putin. And yes, technically, barely, but technically there are elections in Russia, but that fiction doesn't even really extend to in name only at this point, since Putin now just declares opposition candidacies and opposition parties to be illegal. So the people of Russia today are remarkably ill-served by their increasingly isolated, aging dictator who has over 20 years in power under his belt already. He's got plans for 20 more. He has no plan for a successor, and apparently no plan to release Russia from the suffocating hold that he has on that beleaguered country and the fates of its 144 million people. He has reduced his country to one that exports. I said they only have one export. Really, they have two. They export oil and gas, and they export organized crime. Great. And now with each passing year, the world becomes increasingly capable of saying no, at least to the oil and gas that he's selling. So what does he have left? What else can he do?
Mm-hmm.
For months now, the United States has been warning overtly, publicly, that Russian President Vladimir Putin was massing all those troops on the Ukrainian border for
He was
a reason.
stalking
It
his
wasn't for
ex.
military exercises, and it wasn't for any other reason. He was planning to invade. He was not only planning to invade, he was planning a large-scale invasion, a full-scale invasion with the aim of taking over Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
The United States has been warning about that explicitly for months. Also, for months, Russia has been denying it, denying they would ever even consider such a thing. The ambassador denying it, the foreign minister denying it, members of the Russian Duma denying it, presenters on Russian state-run television denying it. Oh, how ridiculous for the United States to say such a provocative thing that we plan to invade Ukraine. How ridiculous, how hilarious, of course not. You can put that in your file to refer to if you ever forget in the future whether or not Russian government pronouncements should be taken as if they mean something. They spent months denying this would happen.
Okay.
Now, of course, it has happened.
Kenji buddy.
The U.S. government even publicly released intelligence about what kinds of false pretexts, what kind of fake stories Russia was planning to make up about Ukraine to create a fake justification for why they needed to invade. The United States said in advance, hey, Russia's going to make up some fake nonsense about there being mistreatment of Russian-speaking people in eastern Ukraine. They're going to make up something about that, about how they need to send in troops to rescue all these people who are being victimized somehow because the Ukrainian government is hurting its citizens somehow. The U.S. government warned in advance that this is what Russia would make up, that this is what they would claim to purportedly justify their invasion. And then sure enough, like clockwork, that is exactly what Russia did. They announced war on Ukraine, saying that Russian troops were only entering because they needed to. It was forced upon them. They needed to step in as peacekeepers to stop some mythical crimes being committed by the Ukrainian government against Russian-speaking Ukrainians in the eastern part of that country. It is a baldly false pretext, and it is one that we knew to expect. It's not the real reason Putin invaded. Why did Putin invade? Why is he doing this? Why is this happening? Well, if you were the kleptocratic dictator sitting on top of a country that you were keeping poor and unhappy and backward with no plans to do anything but more of that for another few decades, how would you feel about a big culturally similar neighboring country where your population and their population had lots of family ties, lots of connection, lots of overlap, lots of reason to identify with one another. And in that large, culturally similar neighboring country, they recently threw out the pro-Russia puppet leader that you had installed there. They took economic steps to ally themselves with Europe more than with you. They then elected by a huge margin a popular Russian-speaking guy who wants ties with the West and Europe and the United States. A new, young, charismatic leader who said the night he was elected that everybody in the former Soviet states should look at his election and know that anything is possible, even in the former Soviet world, thanks to democracy. How does that look to you if you're Vladimir Putin? From the corner that Vladimir Putin has painted himself into, in the country he has ruined, the threat posed by a free, democratic, Western-minded, modern Ukraine, that's like a skeleton hand that might grab you by the ankle if you let your foot drift too far off the edge of the bed at night. Yes, it's true. Russian President Vladimir Putin has delusions about being a new czar and remaking the Russian Empire and reconstituting the USSR. Sure, fine. But also, outside of the fairy tale books, he also just can't let any country near him work in a way that might indicate to the Russian people that they too ought to expect their country and their government to work for them. He needs his neighboring countries to be dependent on him, to be corrupt, and to be fundamentally disappointing to their people. That's what he needs from the near abroad. from his neighboring countries and from the far abroad, for us in the West, he would please prefer us to be disunified, destabilized, and as disreputable as he can possibly make us. I mean, there's a reason why Russia has been spending all of this time not only trying to upend the international Western-led order, but he's specifically spending all of this time and energy supporting extremist and racist and separatist and otherwise destabilizing movements inside Western countries. From France to the UK to us in the United States. Really, I mean, it's not like he's doing a lot constructive in the world, but he's spending a lot of energy, a lot of resources, is taking a lot of risks to do anything he can to seed, basically, dislocation, disreputability, corruption, and the inability to perform as a democracy anywhere he can in the Western world, particularly in the countries that lead the West. He wants disunity and disarray anywhere else in the world. He wants disunity and disarray in the West in particular. And nearby, he wants and needs not a sphere of influence, but a sphere of insulation around his own poorly run, shambolic nation. A sphere of insulation for himself and for what he's done to his country. A sphere in which the governments of those other nearby nations also suck. Leaders that also don't serve their people, that answer to him, that are corrupt and manipulable, and they offer nothing to their people. Anything other than that, anything better than that, and the Russian people might start getting ideas about what their country should be like too. If a government nearby to Russia proves to be anything other than a shambolic disgrace, well, they've got to go. And so Russia has started another war. We have a large conventional land war this time, first one in Europe since World War II. And however much Vladimir Putin desires disarray and disunity in the West, there may be nothing like the unprovoked launching of a land war in Europe to actually unify the West in recognition of the need to globally ostracize and neuter the man who has done this. Now, that doesn't mean what happens next is easy. I mean, when you look to the character of the response, there is a unified global revulsion against what Putin has done. There is a unified Western resolve to punish it, to stop it,
all except
to
for
ostracize
Trump and the
Putin for what he's
GOP
done.
and Fox News here in the United
But as
States.
to what the exact response is going to be, I mean, we shall see. We're going to talk
They
tonight about
support
these
him.
sanctions that the United States and our allies have levied already and what may be yet to come. One of the rough truths of kleptocracy, of being a kleptocratic dictator, is that even very poor nations can produce very rich kleptocrats. Right? Even a very poor country, if the guy at the top steals everything, the guy at the top's still going to be very rich. You don't need a well-off country to make a well-off thief. Sanctions that impose economic pain on Russia will ultimately impose no economic pain on him. He will stay one of the richest men to have ever walked the face of the earth, no matter how much the rest of the Russian economy and the Russian people suffers. And does he care about economic pain for his people? Well, he doesn't really have to. As long as he can sustain the dictatorship, he's not susceptible to any democratic consequences from his own people's unhappiness. I mean, what are they going to do? Vote him out? Look, though, this was, I think, a piece of this today that nobody could have predicted with confidence. Look at the protests against what Putin did today inside Russia. Look at this. This is St. Petersburg, Russia today. Look at all those people. Russian authorities put out dire warnings today, threatening the Russian people that anybody demonstrating, anybody protesting, anybody saying anything against Putin's invasion of Ukraine would be treated as a rioter, would essentially be treated as a terrorist. But look at the people turning out in St. Petersburg, in Moscow. I mean, here's the lead story tonight in the Associated Press. Dateline Moscow. Shocked Russians turn out by the thousands today to decry their country's invasion of Ukraine as emotional calls for protests grew on social media. Some 1,745 people in 54 different Russian cities were arrested today. 54 different Russian cities? At least 957 arrests today in Moscow alone. The Russian people have no say in the behavior of their government under the Putin dictatorship. He has criminalized standing against him in elections. He's criminalized even journalism about him. He has criminalized human rights work. He has criminalized history. He has criminalized all protest. A single person standing holding a single protest sign is considered to be a riot in Moscow. And yet, the Russian people, by the thousands, still took to the streets today to say, no, they can't bear it. They cannot bear him starting this war. Look at this. Today in court, the Russian opposition leader, Alexei Navalny, stood up at a court hearing where they're trying to lock him up for another 15 years. He stood up at his court hearing, apologized to the prosecutor, apologized to the judge, and said, I am against this war. He said, the war has been unleashed to cover up the robbery of Russian citizens, to move attention away from internal problems in their country, from the degradation of our economy. This war will bring a massive amount of casualties on all sides. It will destroy lives and continue the impoverishment of the Russian people. And he said it as a prisoner. He said it in this kangaroo courtroom, but he said it. So we're going to talk tonight about the sanctions response, about the insistence by President Biden that there will be no U.S. troops defending Ukraine inside Ukraine, but that the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory. If Russia takes Ukraine, they will be very much up against the border of NATO territory, and U.S. troops and Russian troops will be looking at each other from an inch-long border across numerous states. Yeah. We'll be talking about the unity of the United States and its allies against what Putin is doing, the utility of that, the potential limits of that. We're going to talk tonight about the flow of Ukrainians out of their country and what it will mean for the neighboring states. We're going to talk tonight about the fight back of the Ukrainian people and what help they can and cannot expect. All able Ukrainian citizens were asked to register to fight to defend their country today. We're going to talk about Russian troops taking control of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster site. We're going to talk about what NATO is going to decide when they have their emergency meeting tomorrow. There's a lot to get to. And we're going to try to get to as much of it as we can tonight. This is the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv at this hour. It's very, very early morning there. It's 3:15 in the morning. And of course, the citizens of Ukraine, the capital and elsewhere, are wondering what dawn will bring in a few hours. Dawn yesterday.
What are you laughing at?
Around the capital of Kyiv. After midnight local time in Kyiv tonight, the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, addressed his nation in a video that he posted to social media. He announced that 137 Ukrainian soldiers were killed today. 137 Ukrainian soldiers killed today. He announced that another 316 were injured in the Russian invasion.
Oh, no. So he was trying to be like, was that it? No, okay. That was funny. Well, that didn't turn out like he had planned. He was probably picturing it in his head, like in another way, and it happened that way. That's funny.
But as Russian forces reportedly move toward Kyiv from the north, from Belarus, they have also been surging further into eastern Ukraine, where Russian separatists have been fighting Ukrainian soldiers for years. Eastern Ukraine is where tonight we find our friend Richard Engel, NBC News chief foreign correspondent. He's in the port city of Mariupol near the Russian border and nearby to areas that are controlled by Russian-backed separatist forces. Richard, I know it's dark 30 there. Thank you for being here. I know it's been a long day.
Well, I've gotten used to this with you, Rachel, over the years, the middle of the night in trying times. So it's we have to stop meeting like this.
Indeed, it's almost always terrible news when I see you anywhere other than a bar. Richard, let me just ask you, tell us about Mariupol, tell us about the region of Ukraine that you're in, and the overall scale of the invasion. A lot of the U.S. intelligence about this had been that this was going to be a full-scale invasion, that this was going to involve the whole of Ukraine and not just previously contested areas. What's it like in the region that you're in, and what do you make of the scale of what Russia's done thus far?
So this area is quite unique, and this is sort of the area that that Vladimir Putin has been playing to, because we're quite close to the Russian border. The population here is mixed. Not everyone here supports Zelensky. Not everyone here supports the government. There's probably, according to just people I've been speaking to, 25% of the population who, well, I would say 24 hours ago, liked Russia, who thought that this, the idea of joining up with Russia was a positive. And some of it's because of nostalgia of their memories of the Soviet Union. Some of it's because they watch Russian television. Some of them are just very poor, and any alternative seems better than the lives they have now. Probably about 20%, 25% on the other side who do support the government, are absolutely ready to fight, to be committed. And then maybe that middle ground of about 50% left who will take things as it comes. That was before this morning. Now you have a city here that is afraid. People here are down in shelters. People here are staying in their homes. They were going to buy gas if they could find it, stockpiling food. All the shops and restaurants and kind of
he's got all his stuff like an old
except
man.
for the supermarkets
for the week,
are closed right
the rest
now.
Of the week.
And there's real fear, and there's anger because they believe this is directly organized by Putin. They don't blame the Russian people. Many here are connected to Russia. This is
not yet.
country. They blame this on Putin. They think this Putin's personal mission, that he's doing this in their name, and they denounce that. They say, "Don't do this in our name." That's the situation here in Mariupol, and I think it's pretty similar in Kharkiv and other eastern parts. In the West, they're angry. They're ready to fight. They're rallying behind their government. They're getting guns that are handed out to them.
Posted in the group.
More. Why are you doing this in our name?
I guess it just like popped up.
Yeah. I saw that. I'm ready for the. Yeah, I saw that.
Destroy this country in order to save us.
Richard, the portrait that you are painting here, though, makes it very hard to project into the future what Russia's planning on doing. I mean, it's one thing to have a large, very modern army that can overwhelm the comparatively much smaller and poorly equipped Ukrainian army. It's one thing to take land, to take cities even. It's another thing to hold them. Even if you do install some sort of pro-Russian puppet government in Kyiv, let's say they're able to go as far as doing that. The idea that Ukraine is now going to be part of Russia, that Russia is going to govern it, that is going to be lose its status as an independent country and essentially be under Putin's control, just seems like a fantasy, at least for anything beyond the short to medium term.
Well, I think what he wants to do is what he's done in other places. He wants to find someone to subcontract the repression out to. And that has been Putin's policy in Chechnya. He found a local warlord and said, okay, you are in charge, you work for me, but you do your best to repress the people. And as a result, you get a share of the pie. He did that in Belarus. Belarus was facing a popular uprising, a democratic uprising, and the leader was on the ropes, and Putin moved in to save him, and the dictator released a massive crackdown and human rights abuses. He just did the same thing in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan's government was facing an uprising that was lasting a few days. Russia, Putin sent in forces to back up the dictator and crush the rebellion. It was the same thing that he used to do in Ukraine when he had Viktor Yanukovych there. He was a pro-Russian puppet, except Viktor Yanukovych made a cardinal mistake. In 2014, when there was the democratic uprising, Viktor Yanukovych didn't crush it with enough force. Instead, he ran and took refuge in Russia. So I think probably the only person that Putin hates more than Zelensky is Viktor Yanukovych, because he blames him for being the gutless coward who had one responsibility, which was to repress for Putin, and he didn't do it. Instead,
I don't know. I got a weird message that said, "Oops, try to reload the page." The page is still here, so
because I was trying to make that go away on their little chat. I was trying to make that disappear.
The Ukrainian people
what,
see it.
The Asian people. I mean, the bots.
Yeah. I was trying to make it disappear, like go off the page, but I don't know how to do it.
The chat itself, you saying?
Richard Engel.
Yeah,
all right, hold on.
Yes,
I can
exactly.
hit that,
I know this
but
name, and it's and
deleted it.
with the U.S. release
okay.
about what Russia was going to do in advance. That doesn't avert it from happening, but it does mean that forewarned is forearmed.
That's probably why the message came.
For 8 years, they've tasted democracy and know it's better. I'll let you go. Till next
Richard
time.
Engel, NBC's chief foreign correspondent. Thank you, Richard. Much appreciated, my friend. Let's bring into the conversation now Ivo Dalter. He's former U.S. ambassador to NATO. He's currently the president of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. Ambassador Dalter, I really appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure.
First, let me just give you a chance to respond to some of what we heard from Richard Engel there, and from some of the way that I laid this out. I don't expect you to agree with anything that I said, of course, but I'm just wondering if you are seeing this along the lines that Richard is seeing, that Vladimir Putin is going to want his end game here to be a subcontractor, to be effectively a pro-Russian regime that he can control without having to directly occupy Ukraine from across its vast borders with Russian troops.
Yeah, I do see it the same way. And frankly, I think you laid it out really, really well about what Putin is all about and what he's trying to do here. And I think Richard did as well. I do think that he's looking for a puppet. This is always about being in control of Ukraine, hopefully in a cheap way in which you don't have to invade a country. Now he has had to invade because, frankly, it was the only way in which he could achieve his goal. But pushing a little further, just as you did in the conversation with Richard, yet he has to occupy the country in order to install his puppet. And then what? Because the puppet no longer has control of the Ukrainian state. 8 years of democracy. In fact, there has been democracy before that. Years of democracy, but most importantly, years of fighting Putin. 8 years the Ukrainians have been fighting Putin, and the Ukrainian nationalism is now real. And the idea that, putting a Yanukovych-like figure in charge isn't enough. You also need to control the state. And I think the biggest miscalculation he may have made is that he thought this was going to be easy. And in fact, he swallowed a really big country that is trying to get out. And we will see, I fear, significant guerrilla-like warfare in the coming months after the occupation has taken place.
If Russia does take control of Ukraine and its entire territory, whether or not that lasts long, we would be in a situation in which, over the border with Poland, say, and over the border with several other nations, you would have NATO and indeed, in some cases, U.S. forces right butted up against any Russian forces that were held in place to hold that territory. How dangerous is that? As a former ambassador to NATO, knowing that NATO is holding its emergency summit tomorrow to talk about these things, knowing that President Biden has talked about the Article 5 responsibilities of the United States being ironclad and absolutely sacred. how dangerous would it be for even a temporary situation to have Russian troops up against NATO borders at a very volatile time?
It'd be very dangerous, to be honest. This is what you worry about: escalation of a conflict that is not confined to Ukraine, but goes beyond it. And in fact, remember that Putin's screed that we heard on Monday wasn't only about Ukraine; it was mainly about Ukraine, but it was also about the unfairness in which Russia and the Soviet Union have been treated, and in some ways, this idea that we need to sort of reconstitute the post-Cold War order. He does, as President Biden said, doesn't only want to reestablish the Soviet Union. He also wants to establish the real influence over Central and Eastern Europe. Those countries are now members of NATO, and as a result, just as you said, if Ukraine gets taken over, just look at the map. The Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Hungary, the Slovak Republic are all going to be bordering on Russian forces. And the only way I think we can prevent war, and my sense is this is what's going to be talked about tomorrow in this virtual meeting of NATO leaders, is a significant plus up of U.S. and NATO military forces in the East to remind Vladimir Putin that however he may have miscalculated what he's doing in Ukraine, don't calculate that there is a way to go any further, because then you're at war not just with Poland or not just with Lithuania, you're at war with the entire NATO alliance, 30 nations strong, led by the strongest military power on Earth, which is the United States. And no matter how much you want to threaten about nuclear war or whatever, the reality is that the U.S. still has the capacity not only to defend NATO, but to do serious harm on Russia if that were to ever to be necessary.
Ivo Daalder is the former U.S. ambassador to NATO and is currently the president of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. Mr. Ambassador, I really appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you for your perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thanks.
All right. We've got a lot to get to tonight. As we've been saying, it is 3:30 in the morning in Kiev tonight. We are hearing reports of explosions in Kiev tonight since we have been on the air. We're going to try to go there live next. Stay with us. Meet Brett from apartment.
Well, we're having a commercial break. What are you doing over there, Chrissy?
Nothing. Scrolling, listening, scrolling.
We have 3 people watching. Let's see. Yeah, we had 3 people watching. I changed the aquarium to another one. It's got more jellyfish on it. It's raining. Oh my goodness. It's been raining all day.
Somewhere.
Huh?
So I said it's supposed to start raining here at some point too.
It's been raining all day. Let me turn my heater back on. My feet are cold.
Refresh your page. Maybe the things will come off.
Okay, let me see. Refresh the studio or the YouTube page?
The studio.
Okay, let me refresh.
Let me see something.
Changes you may not be safe. Okay.
You there?
Yep. Okay.
I hear you, but let me see.
I'm back.
No, YouTube is still showing it.
Oh, it'll go off in a second.
See.
It'll come back on in a second. Yeah, the comments are gone. Yeah. So that will work.
Yeah, well, YouTube is still showing the comments right now, so I'm trying to see.
Are they? I'll refresh that page. Oh, I refreshed it. Should be going on.
Let's see.
Maybe it'll take a minute because there's like a little delay on some of the stuff on the audio because it's not showing up in the stream. Let me check. Let me see. Hello again. Okay.
Nope, I'm seeing it just added underneath the ones that you deleted.
Oh yeah, I just put. Well, maybe we'll have to. Let's do this. Let me do this.
Maybe even though you deleted the message, maybe you have to remove the message.
Oh, okay. Well, I did. It did.
No.
Can't you see?
I mean, because the messages is still on your spam on the feed. I mean, it don't matter, but.
Oh, it's not in the studio though, because I refreshed the studio page.
But it's showing on YouTube still.
I don't know. I refreshed my YouTube page too. I'm gonna do this. Hold on. Let's see if this will work. I'll spam it out of there. Okay, so that doesn't
No, I'm
work.
just saying because it's on my end on the inside. I can see it says you delete it, and when I click on it, right? And there's a thing that says remove, so I try to like click remove, like to.
Oh, okay, yeah, but on my end, I just refreshed it and they went away. So
on your YouTube?
On the studio.
No, it's not on my studio, but it's on YouTube. So whoever's watching YouTube will see it. That's what I'm saying. And even if you deleted it, it should remove.
Yeah, it didn't remove. I don't know. Let me see.
But like on my phone, I can touch the comment and different actions come up. It says report remove. So I try to remove it, but it's not removing when I do it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Mine is. Let me see. Okay, I see. I had to scroll back up. Let's see. So I hit. Okay, I hit remove because I got the user hidden. So maybe let me try this. Unhide and then remove. Remove. But it's still there.
Yeah, that's the weird part. Like, if you delete the message, why can't you remove it?
Right. It's still that's still not going anywhere. Okay. We can do this. What's going on? We'll just type in some random emojis. Dumplings. Sushi. Fortune cookie. They're gone.
But I mean, when the playback comes on, it's going to still be there.
Oh well, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking about.
I tried. I blocked them all too. I just typed in some random food emojis. Yeah. I tried to get it to go.
Levels of sophistication. You could do more on training and advising, even from over the horizon. There are things that we could do in addition to what we've already done.
Where's that?
The question is, is calculus actually affected by moving up that spectrum? And that's an open question. I think he's just working off a different playbook right now, very different.
I don't know if you heard the conversation we had moments ago with Ambassador Ivo Daldar and with Richard Engel, who's in southeastern Ukraine. But the question of what Putin's calculus is, where he thinks this ends, how much of Ukraine he intends to take, and how he intends to hold it, it doesn't feel like he has great options. Obviously, the hopes and prayers of the world are with the people of Ukraine, but where Putin ends up with this, it just doesn't see. There isn't any outcome, any stable outcome to imagine that's better for him, other than the outcome of hurting, killing, and menacing lots of people along the way. Where he ends up in terms of trying to hold that territory is going to be very unstable, very expensive, and very distracting for him in terms of everything else he's trying to do in the world. Given that, is there something that the United States can do, short of U.S. military forces being involved directly?
Breaking
To
news.
make it even a worse
What?
to make it even more expensive, to make it more uncertain, to make it something that he regrets more trying to bite off.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is where the sanctions are going to have to be, really. He's going to have the impact of those sanctions really settle in. I mean, we're going to make it nearly impossible for him to get spare parts for any of his military vehicles. We're going to make it nearly impossible for him to get technology, anything that has a microchip in it.
We love AARP magazine, online classes for fitness and technology, how-to resources.
Here over the next couple of weeks. It's not automatic, but over the next couple of weeks, which will certainly increase the pain on the Russian people, who will in turn, I hope, continue what they've been doing today, which is very bravely coming out and protesting. But I agree with your other two speakers. It just seems so confusing to people in the West to see him going into a country that we know he can't reliably hold. He can't reliably occupy. The Ukrainian people have been extremely brave. Even the stories today coming out of Kyiv have been amazing. He's just working off of a different plan. I think it's legacy building. I think he sees himself.
Anonymous claims to have taken down the Russian news outlet, the retweet RT. That's what I posted in the chat. They need to do Fox News now.
All right.
The further economic.
Go look at my post in the group. Kevin responded to my post.
Oh, did he? Okay, let me see. You posted a new post?
Yeah, with an old man, the TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your time tonight. Your expertise and your background, particularly on a night like this, is really irreplaceable and invaluable to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
You get a taco. She gets a taco. Everyone gets a taco. Oh, Kevin.
Well away from the disputed eastern territories, including the separatist-held areas. We're going live to Kyiv next. Stay with us.
What?
He said he would have made it look like a taco. Then Kevin said everybody gets a taco.
Instead, start small with Nicorette, which can lead to something big. Start stopping with Nicorette.
Oh, wait a minute. I meant to mute this. Make sure I meant to mute that. Yep, Anonymous took down a Russian government site.
Okay.
Anonymous is currently involved in operations against the Russian Federation. Our operations are targeting the Russian government. There is an inevitability that the private sector will most likely be affected too, while this account cannot claim to speak for the whole. So they struck against retweet or RT or whatever that. They need to bring down Fox News. Yeah, that's what this guy said too. They're in a cyber war against the Russian government. Oh, I wish I could be a fly on the wall in the anonymous little bunker wherever they are hacking stuff. They took RT offline. They're offline. RT.com is down for everyone. It's not just you. The server is not responding. That's what the picture said. Is it down? Yeah, somebody was checking the status. That's funny. Come on, Anonymous. Do Fox News next. I was hoping the Anonymous would somehow get buffoon orange orangutans tax records and release those to us. That's still funny though. Anonymous.
Mhm.
I want to know if that's verified or not. They said somebody reported that abandoned Russian vehicles, including a Kamaz Typhoon MRAP tank, captured by Ukrainian troops. So it looks like some Russian troops have abandoned their station. Huh. Let's see what.
Manafort to install in an earlier iteration of the Ukrainian government before the Ukrainian people rose up against that guy and threw him out in 2014. But if they are going to overthrow the Ukrainian government, put in their own type of government, they're going to have to actually get to the Ukrainian government physically and the Ukrainian president in the capital of Kyiv. Kyiv is pretty far west from Russia's border, but it's not at all far from the border of Belarus, where Russian forces staged ahead of this invasion and where they have, from which they've already made advances. This is video taken earlier today from Ukraine's border guard, and it shows Russian troops and military vehicles streaming into Ukraine over the Belarusian border. The Pentagon says Russia has fired more than 160 missiles into Ukraine since this invasion started, and they do say at least some of them have been targeted around Ukraine's capital city. Russia keeps saying it's only targeting military targets, but at least one of the missiles shot into Kyiv hit a residential part of that city today. Tonight, that assault apparently continues. Erin McLaughlin is an NBC News correspondent who's in Kyiv right now. She just told us that they have started to hear loud booms in the capital city again. It is about 3:45 in the morning there right now. And joining us now live from Kyiv is Erin McLaughlin. Erin, thank you. We know there's currently a curfew in place. We know it's not just coming up on 4 in the morning, but what can you tell us about what you're seeing and hearing right now?
Hey, Rachel. Well, within the last hour or so, we've heard the sounds of 2 explosions in the distance to my right. At this point, the source of those explosions is unknown. Otherwise, there is an eerie calm that has set in here on the Capitol. You mentioned the curfew that's in place until 7 in the morning. As I'm looking around, not a single person on the city streets. Yesterday was total chaos here. There was explosion after explosion after explosion. The sounds of sirens as people ran for cover inside the city's metro stations, thousands trying to flee. There were long lines of traffic, gas stations running out of gas, long lines at ATM machines. Although some people are choosing to stay and to fight the Russians. I was outside the National Police headquarters here in the Capitol, watching as lines of people were gathering to collect guns. They were handing out AK-47s from the federal government. Yesterday, I was speaking to a local member of parliament. He was there to get 2 AK-47s, one for him, one for his wife. They were hunkering down in the suburbs. He told me that he was worried, that he's concerned, that he's stressed, that he doesn't know how to shoot a gun, that he was going to go home and Google it, figure out how it worked, but that he was prepared to protect his country. And that's something that I've heard over and over and over here from Ukrainians that I've been speaking to. This, as we are expecting the Russians, they are encroaching here on Kyiv, and people here certainly are preparing for the worst, worse than, really what we've already seen so far. Mostly the missile strikes that have happened here in the capital, in the capital area, have targeted military installations and airfields. Rachel?
Is the Ukrainian government being explicit about, we saw the calls today for people for everybody, every able citizen to sign up for territorial defense. And we saw the calls from the government, bring your passport. If you are a Ukrainian citizen and you want to fight to defend your country, we will arm you to do so. Are they being explicit that what they're thinking about? You're talking to that member of parliament and went and picked up an AK-47 for himself and his wife. Are they being explicit that they're expecting Russian troops in the streets, and they're expecting urban street fighting, people defending their homes from a ground invasion that will be an occupying force?
Rachel, I don't think they need to be. People here know what's happening. They know what's at stake. Just a few weeks ago, I was at a sort of private training camp, so to speak, in the suburbs of Kyiv. Hundreds of people showing up on their Saturday morning in the freezing cold to learn how to fire a weapon, to learn how to evacuate the wounded, to learn how to administer first aid. And standing in formation was the 73-year-old man. And I asked him, what will you do if the Russians invade your city? What will you do if the Russians invade your country? And he looked at me squarely and he said, I will shoot. I will shoot them. People here know what is at stake here, and they know what is at risk. There was a local pizza parlor here in Kyiv, and the owner of that parlor was handing out free pizzas to anyone who would had some sort of proof that they had bought a weapon. And he was saying that he, in his mind, given that he had been on the front lines in 2014, that it was only a matter of when, not if, this invasion took place. So people here, have been preparing. Some have been preparing for some time, Rachel.
NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin reporting live from Kyiv, just ahead of 4 a.m. there. Erin, thank you. Thank you for your reporting since this has started, and thank you for getting absolutely zero sleep to be with us here tonight. I really appreciate it. All right, we've got more ahead here tonight. Do stay with us.
And we're back. We're back. Let's see here. What are they talking about? Anderson Cooper.
All those troops you saw in that video there were Russian. There were no Ukrainian troops around there. He said, "Where Russian?" I was like, "You're Russian." He's like, "Ya Ruski." I am Russian. He was saying to me, and I looked at his armband, and actually it had these orange and black armbands on, ribbons on, which is sort of St. George ribbon, very sort of common in the Russian military, a symbol of the Russian military. So that was absolutely astonishing that they were so close to Kiev. It was about 15 miles away, and of course it's not just there, but it's in other key installations around Kiev as well. You get this idea that the city is being surrounded in preparation for something much bigger. You really got a sense that is what's happening now, Alex.
And Zelensky, we believe, is he still in Kiev? Is he saying? And he said that there's always tours in Kiev.
Yeah, he did say that. He said that in a public address that he's put out on social media an hour or so ago. He may have been talking about those sabotage groups. He may have been talking about those Russian special forces, because the concern now is, of course, it's been expressed by the US Secretary of State, it's been expressed by Ukrainian officials here, is that the plan for Russia may be to come in and not just encircle Kiev, but to come in and decapitate the leadership and to replace the government here with a pro-Moscow administration. Zelensky mentioned in this tweet, what do we said here? He said, according to our information, the enemy, the Russians, have marked me as target number 1. And they've marked my family as target number 2. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. And so, the president of this country and the top leadership are absolutely, I don't want to say freaking out, but they are absolutely concerned, as much as you can be concerned, in bunkers at the moment, somewhere in this city and elsewhere, I expect. So waiting for the possibility that they are going to be, encircled, rounded up, and I don't know what, toppled.
Matthew Chance in Kiev, be careful, you and your team. Thank you so much for being there. We'll be right back.
I'm getting the hang of it. This mute game. Are you asleep?
Of before he launched his full-scale invasion into Ukraine is, unnerving on its own terms, as it's meant to be. But those exercises took on new meaning when Putin just went ahead and said it, when he offered a thinly veiled threat that if any nation dared to try to stop him from invading Ukraine, they would be met with the threat of nuclear war. He said any nation that attempts to interfere with his invasion would be met with consequences they have never seen. He described Russia as a nuclear-armed nation and said that Russia has advanced weaponry that no other nation has. As the situation in Ukraine continues to devolve, there are a few nuclear components of this crisis to be aware of. The first, of course, is that threat from Vladimir Putin. Seeing this kind of behavior and this kind of aggressive behavior and this kind of nuclear-specific rhetoric from the man who is, after all, in control of the largest stockpile of nuclear weapons in the entire world. As a world, we kind of freak out about the prospect of Iran having a nuclear weapon or North Korea having a nuclear weapon because, boy, those guys are crazy, and what would they do with it if they had a nuclear weapon to use? Well, here's a guy who has 6,000 nuclear weapons, who started multiple wars in recent years, including the largest land war in Europe since World War II, completely unprovoked. Talking about how he's invented some mythical history in which he believes he deserves nearby nations, that they don't really count as countries, that really they're his. And by the way, his nuclear weapons can back up all his threats. Now, we worry about Iran, we worry about North Korea. Well, here it is in the form of Vladimir Putin. He's talking about actively using nuclear weapons. Also, he's moving that weaponry closer to NATO borders. Belarus is now moving to clear the way for Russia to move its nuclear weapons onto Belarusian soil. That'd be the first time since the collapse of the Soviet Union that they want to use move Russian nuclear weapons into Belarus, right up against NATO. If there's one other nuclear-related thing to pay attention to here, it's not about nuclear weapons directly, it's about nuclear waste. One of the most radioactive places on Earth is in Ukraine, in Chernobyl, which is north of Kyiv, quite close to the border with Belarus. In 1986, part of the nuclear power plant at Chernobyl exploded. It was the worst nuclear disaster in the history of the planet because of all of that radioactivity. The 19 miles surrounding the Chernobyl site are now considered to be indefinitely uninhabitable. That whole area around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant is called an exclusion zone. It's miles and miles of nothing and a vast amount of very dangerous nuclear waste. Today, the Ukrainian government announced that Russian forces had seized the Chernobyl exclusion zone by force. That area, as well as the old power plant, all that stored nuclear waste is now fully under Russian control, and nobody quite knows what that means. One advisor to the Ukrainian president saying today, quote, "It is impossible to say that the Chernobyl power plant is safe." Nuclear weapons pose one kind of risk, especially in the hands of that kind of a leader. Nuclear waste poses a different kind of risk, but now Russia has direct control over both in and around Ukraine. Why does Russia want to be at the Chernobyl site in the first place? How dangerous is their presence there? And what do we make about Russian President Vladimir Putin essentially threatening that nuclear warfare, that nuclear weapons might be part of how he considers his usable arsenal in this confrontation, not only with Ukraine, but now increasingly with the entire unified Western world? Joining us now is John Wolfstall. He served as Special Assistant to President Obama. He was Senior Director for Arms Control and Nonproliferation at the National Security Council. Mr. Wolfstall, I really appreciate you making time to be here. Thank you.
Sure, Rachel. Thank you for having me.
I realize that was a sort of provocative comparison that I raised in talking about Iran, talking about North Korea, and global fears about nations like that getting access to nuclear weapons. Comparing a nuclear-armed nation like Russia to those rogue states, I realize is a provocative claim to make. That said, Russia is in effect acting as a rogue state now while referencing its access to nuclear weapons in a way that makes it seem like he's threatening to use them. That's how it seems to me as a lay observer of these matters. As somebody who has real expertise in this field, let me just ask you to tell me that I'm wrong.
Well, I would love to tell you you're wrong and that Russia's behaving better than we had hoped. But that's not true. Russia has basically violated every norm and law that we have tried over the last 70 years to build around nuclear weapons. It has violated solemn commitments to respect Ukraine's territory, which it made in 1994 to convince Ukraine to give back 1,400 nuclear weapons that were left on its territory when the Soviet Union fell apart. And all of the agreements since then, including one that they made just several weeks ago with the United States and other nuclear states, promising that a nuclear war cannot be won and therefore must never be fought. And then here we are a month later with President Putin saying, I'm prepared to use these nuclear weapons, so don't get involved in my backyard.
In terms of what he may be thinking about in terms of his nuclear weapons, what do you make of this, what appears to be an effort to clear the way to move Russian nuclear weapons to Belarus? Obviously, it's one of the great high-wire acts of modern history that when the Soviet Union collapsed, all of their weaponry that was in the various Soviet socialist republics ended up getting consolidated through the kinds of agreements and promises that you made, including to Ukraine, that they would be protected if they agreed to give up the weapons that were on their soil. What does it mean? Why would the Belarusian leader and Putin want to move Russian nuclear weapons to Belarus? Do you think they will? And what kind of new threat might that be?
Well, I do think that President Putin is serious about moving nuclear weapons into Belarus. I think there are a couple of things behind it. First and foremost is he wants to put NATO states under threat. It's an old Soviet play out of their old playbook, which is you want to divide and create tension inside the NATO alliance. The NATO countries that are next to Russia very much want to be in a nuclear alliance because they think that deters Russia. The states much farther west are less committed to having nuclear weapons as part of the forward deployed NATO forces because they worry that it could be seen as provocative. It is useful to keep in mind the United States does forward deploy nuclear weapons in Germany in Turkey and a number of countries that are close to Russia. And I think Putin wants to basically use that judo move against us and start moving nuclear weapons closer to NATO territory to create this tension within the alliance.
I'm sure that always ends well, right? That certainly always ends in peace and stability for everybody involved.
Well,
I mean, it's,
and that's the other.
Yeah, please.
Well, that's the other element involved here is that we're the United States and many of our allies believe that nuclear weapons can be stabilizing. What we're seeing here is a fully armed nuclear country using nuclear weapons as a shield, and behind that shield, it then wants to undertake all manner of gray zone and conventional conflict to achieve its strategic objectives. Nuclear weapons basically form the stalemate at the strategic level and leave countries able to use conventional weapons and other means below the surface. That's not a recipe for stability. That's a recipe for escalation. And as Ambassador Dalder talked about before, we think we're really smart about these things, but they can get out of control quickly. And any brandishing of nuclear weapons by either side is something that should be avoided.
John Wolfstall, former Special Assistant to President Obama, former Senior Director for Arms Control and Nonproliferation at the National Security Council. Mr. Wolfstall, thank you. This is difficult stuff. Thanks for being so clear and helping us understand.
Thank you.
This was a train station in southern Poland today. So this is in Poland, but right across the border from Ukraine. And what you will see here are Ukrainian citizens stepping up. Do we have that footage? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Ukrainian citizens stepping off the train. This was the first train carrying a group of Ukrainian citizens into Poland, Ukrainians who are fleeing the Russian invasion. The president of Moldova tweeted these pictures today of 2 new refugee camps that they have set up for an anticipated flow of Ukrainian refugees coming across the border into his country, to Moldova. She says more than 4,000 Ukrainians have already crossed into Moldova and are seeking refuge. Today, an estimated 100,000 people left their homes in Ukraine, trying to get their kids to safety. Thousands of those people are expected to abandon their home country entirely and flee across the border. Some of the other people who left their homes will be going to other parts of Ukraine, seeking places that they think might be safer. Be it the most immediate crisis of the bombs and missiles and gunfire being lobbed into Ukraine right now is that direct violence. But immediately and simultaneously, we are already starting this knock-on parallel humanitarian challenge. Ukraine borders 5 friendly nations to the west and to the south: Poland and Slovakia and Hungary and Romania and Moldova. They're all expected to see a sudden influx of refugees crossing the border, and indeed today that started. There are huge lines at gas stations and at ATMs today, Ukrainians trying to fill up on gas, trying to get cash on their way out of the country. Those lines translated into bumper-to-bumper traffic on the road, outbound traffic lined up for miles. This is a radical dislocation of what will end up being tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people in a semi-permanent way. It's not just a humanitarian crisis for the people who are directly involved, not just an economic crisis for everybody whose lives are touched by this. It's also potentially a diplomatic challenge for Europe. I mean, so far, Europe and the rest of the Western world has been quite unified, surprisingly unified in its response to Putin's aggression toward Ukraine. If you were going to be critical of lots of things about the Biden administration right now, uniting the world against what Putin is doing here is not something that you can criticize them from. They have pulled that off. But it's not that it won't be challenged. This mounting refugee crisis, which we started to see take shape today, it does have the potential to destabilize some of that unification, right? The strain of widespread humanitarian disaster, the need of other nations around the Ukraine crisis to adapt, to essentially come to the rescue, that creates political, diplomatic, ultimately economic difficulties. That coalition is mission critical right now for any chance of countering Russia's blitz through Ukraine. How do you retain that unity as we start to see these challenges build almost immediately as soon as the missiles started flying? Mm-hmm. Joining us now is former U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul. He was in that role, ambassador, when Russia invaded and annexed Crimea in 2014. Ambassador McFaul, it's really good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm really glad you're able to be here.
Glad to be here, Rachel. Welcome back.
Thank you. Let me just ask you first, for how you are feeling, how you, as somebody who's been watching this so closely, as somebody who has lived through a smaller version of this before in terms of what happened in 2014. How are you feeling watching what's happening in Ukraine? What is your overall reaction to what Putin has done and what he's been able to pull off thus far?
Well, my first reaction is I'm incredibly sad. Rachel, I have lots of friends in Ukraine. Hundreds of people have trained in our various programs here at Stanford. I used to go there often. And when they started to attack last night, I was on various platforms talking to Ukrainians, some of them now rather prominent Ukrainians in government and other places. And it was terrifying to watch my friends react to what was going on. And for all the unity you just talked about, it has been really remarkable unity that the Biden administration has put together. One of my friends said very pointedly, I can't believe we have to fight this. And then she used a word I'm not going to use on TV. It begins with B, alone. And Ukrainians are alone. Despite all those things, all the solidarity, at the end of the day, Ukrainians are driving to Lviv. They're picking up weapons. They're in metro stations alone. They are fighting Russia alone. So that's my first reaction. My second reaction is anger. I want to tell you honestly, I am angry at this evil leader attacking an innocent nation, a democratic nation, and he's attacking them because they are a democratic nation. That's what this is about. He is trying to undermine what the Ukrainians called the revolution of dignity back in 2014. He has been angry about it ever since, Vladimir Putin, and he said it very bluntly. I listened to his speech. He said it very bluntly. We're going to go in to do two things. One, to destroy Ukrainian military, and two, to denazify. That was the word he used. Of course, that's not the right word. There's no Nazis ruling Ukraine. But what he means by that is he's going in to overthrow Mr. Zelensky and his regime. And there's intelligence reports that they're going to round up and arrest and perhaps kill the people that were the peaceful protesters that launched that Maidan revolution, that revolution of dignity back in 2013, 2014. So I'm angry about that.
The way you're describing that and those historical references, I think, to me, have been lining up in a way that raises one very big question, right? When we saw in 2008, when Putin waged war against Georgia, we saw him denounce the leader of Georgia as a Nazi. I remember they hacked the website of the Georgian leader, Georgian president, and put up all these pictures of him looking like Hitler, right? They trying to create this case that he's some sort of Nazi, just like they're making that preposterous case about President Zelensky and the Ukrainian government today. You were in Russia as ambassador when he took and annexed, when he invaded and took Crimea and took other portions of eastern Ukraine in 2014. And I remember, in 2008, I remember John McCain running for president saying, we are all Georgians now, and talking about the unity that brought, the rejection of that aggression from Putin brought not only to the Americans on all sides of the political system, but to the entire West. I remember the international outrage in 2014 when Putin did what he did. And I remember the sanctions, not only from the United States, not only from the European Union, but from a unified Western field of sanctions that really bit in Russia in terms of making real economic consequences. And yet here he is again. And this time, maybe he's going to try to take all of Ukraine. And who knows how long he's going to try to hold it for, if not permanently. It feels like sanctions is the big idea from the West, and the sanctions are getting tougher, and there will be, I imagine, even more announced in further days. But it feels like that's sort of baked in to Putin's regulations at this point, that he doesn't think that sanctions are important enough to stop him from doing anything he wants to do. And yet it seems like it's the strongest weapon that gets wielded against him.
That's right. We talk a lot about sanctions because that's the instrument we're willing to use. There are other instruments that we're not willing to use. I think rightly, by the way, I agree with President Biden. It means we focus on that. And I think we make a miscalculation when we talk about sanctions. And I want to be crystal clear. I support what the president announced today. I would go farther. If he wants to do 100% sanctions, I want to do 110. And I hope there's more to come. At the same time, we need to be realistic and understand that this is a dictatorship in Russia. sanctioning banks. I know the two heads of the banks that were sanctioned today. They're not going to go in and tell Vladimir Putin, hey, you better stop your war because my bank was sanctioned. You know why? Because they're the leaders of those banks because Putin put them there. I think that's an important thing for people to understand. He controls that economy. So we were not going to see the consequences of pressure on Putin for, I predict, months, if not years to come from these sanctions. So it's a right thing to do. There has to be a response, but let's have no illusions that this is going to change his calculus, at least in the short run.
On that last point there is a sort of common wisdom about sanctions that you don't sanction directly the rogue state leader. You don't sanction the dictator personally. And you saw the president today sort of fending off and not answering questions from a lot of different reporters as to why Putin personally wouldn't be targeted with sanctions. The common wisdom for why you don't do that is because once you've sanctioned them, that essentially precludes the possibility of negotiating anything with them, of talking to them about anything. And in this case, however this is going to be resolved, it's going to have to be resolved through some sort of conversation. So you need to leave open a door to have a conversation. At some point, does Putin become a person who doesn't get talked to? At some point, does the door to sanctioning him personally become a more important essentially tactic to use than keeping open the prospect of talking to him, essentially given what's happened with previous conversations and commitments that he's given up in the past?
Well, Rachel, you're absolutely right about why our nation, our administration and governments, Democrats and Republicans, don't like to sanction the head of state because they want to leave open the possibility to meet. I respect that. I think it's more symbolic than real, but I do think it underscores something else. So we've got to start calling, you just used the rogue state, pariah state. Those are the right terms to talk about Russia today. Tragically, Putin has transformed the state of Russia into those things. And we've got to treat him that way in many different shapes and forms, not just in this moment, but across the board. Isolate him. Don't engage him. Don't pretend we're business as usual after this war is over. And we've got to stand up to evil. Let's call it what it is. We've got to stand up. There is right and wrong in the world. There is good and evil in the world. My government and my country sometimes has been on the wrong side of those. Let's be honest about that. But in this case, there's right and wrong for those brave Ukrainians that are withstanding evil. We've got to be with them. And by the way, earlier in your program, there are also brave Russians standing up. 1,700 were arrested today. 53 cities were there. Don't underestimate how unpopular this war is. They want to hear our voice being strong. They were prepared to be arrested today. We need to show that we are going to be as strong in standing up for good versus evil.
Michael McFaul, the former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Professor McFaul, it's always a pleasure to have you, but particularly tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, we're going to go live now to Eastern Ukraine. Marcus Yem is a foreign correspondent and award-winning photojournalist for the Los Angeles Times. Mr. Yem tonight is located in the city of Kharkiv. Kharkiv is very close to the Ukrainian border with Russia, and Kharkiv is currently under attack by Russian forces, according to Ukraine's government. It is Ukraine's second largest city. Mr. Yem, thank you for being here. I know this is it's really late at night right now, and I know this is not an easy time. Thanks.
Thank you for having me on the show.
So we spoke not that long ago when you were in Afghanistan. You've been covering international conflicts for years. You've been in a lot of places that have been you've been in a lot of places when they've been going through their worst times. What is your impression of the situation in Ukraine today, the scale of the attack and the level of fear among the Ukrainian people?
I mean, it's horrendous. I mean, not horrendous. It's extremely chaotic. Nobody knows what's going on. There's so much information flying around. And one of the things about these conflicts is that civilians oftentimes pay the highest price. I mean, when governments are waging war, and today we found ourselves at a metro train station, and it, while it looked like an everyday scene, if you didn't know what was going on, as soon as you go downstairs into the platform area, you'll see hundreds of people just huddled around on the floors, in the dark subway cars, in any space they can find on the stairwell. People bring pets, people bring children, They're restless, they're tired. Some try to make light out of it, and everybody's confused. I mean, like Ukraine. I mean, this part of Ukraine is a culturally and linguistically porous part of Ukraine where a lot of people speak Russian and Ukrainian at the same time and have relatives on the other side of the border. So a lot of them are emotional. They're confused why it is happening. Most of them just want peace and to be left alone. And some have been there since the early hours in the morning since the invasion started. So as you can tell, it's a very trying time for a lot of these people.
Those pictures that you took today are amazing. We're showing some of them while you're talking, Marcus. To be clear, when people are taking shelter in the underground, in those train stations, are they moving in and staying? Is there an air raid sort of siren system wherein people know, okay, now is the time that we're at risk and we should get underground, but then when that time has passed, they're leaving and coming back above ground? How much mobility is there? Obviously, those images that you took today show, in a way, very emotional to look at them, and seeing people taking shelter and being together and doing what they need to do to take safe. But that isn't a place where you can stay that isn't a place where you can stay for too long, presumably.
No, you can't. I mean, you can't really because obviously it's not a place that is meant for permanent shelter. There's just maybe in the entire station maybe 2 water fountains servicing hundreds and hundreds of people in there. I mean, I don't even know what the bathroom situation is like for most of them, and most have told me they want to remain in there until they know until they think some think that this war will be over quick and they can just go back home and maybe go back up, and I'm sure some will go back after they think it's safe to go back outside again, and there is a warning system. I mean, it's just a lot. I mean, war is a great equalizer. I think I've met so many people from all walks of life down there. From doctors, lawyers, students, even the national citizens are there. We met more than 100 students from a nearby Ukrainian medical school of South Asian descent. And a lot of them don't even speak Ukrainian, and they're all confused. And they ask me what's going on, like when can we get out? Our parents are concerned, So it's chaotic. That's one way to say it.
Yeah, and you are a man who knows of what you speak when you talk about chaos and places going through dark times. Marcus Yam, foreign correspondent, a journalist for the Los Angeles Times. Marcus, thanks for being with us. I know it's 4:20 in the morning where you are. Really appreciate you being here. I hope you stay safe, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we've got much more ahead here tonight, including an interview we're going to be doing live with the former commanding general of the U.S. Army in Europe. You're going to want to see this interview. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Chrissy.
Moment. And finally, you have a leader in Putin who is a KGB shaped, molded, thought-provoking leader that, especially in disinformation-wise, that thinks that this is the time that he can strike. I think it's a gross miscalculation. I think there's going to be an awful lot of suffering. But in the end, I think it's uncertain where we go. But I do believe what President Biden said today. This will end not well for Russia and Mr. Putin.
You think Putin is a war criminal?
Yes.
Should he be tried as a war criminal?
I think he should. We have been, the West, very lenient over the years, and again, when I say this is a defining moment, a defining time in history, in world history, this will be one of the questions that will have to be resolved when this is over. However, it comes to an end. It will come to an end.
President Zelensky said tonight, so far, it's only been one day, 137 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed since the invasion began. How much longer do you think Ukraine can keep up this fight? They obviously don't have the capability to defeat a superpower like Russia.
Well, I think they'll be able to put up a good fight for a while. They have an army today that they didn't have in 2014. They're much more sophisticated, much more advanced, much more capable. But the overpowering weaponry and military and cyber capacity that Russia has will overwhelm them, I'm afraid, unless something stops that, unless something intervenes. That could happen. But eventually, if this thing is moving more and more toward the military decision of how it ends, then the Ukrainians will not be able to sustain it. And I think that Mr. Putin wants more than just Kyiv and Ukraine. As he said in his demands of NATO, all those countries, Bulgaria, Romania, Poland, the Baltic states, I don't want them as a NATO country close to my border and threatening me. Well, that's not going to happen. Those NATO countries will be reinforced. They're being reinforced right now with more American troops, more NATO troops. And I think that Mr. Putin's not going to be satisfied. And I think this will be part of the reason this ends. Moldova, for example, as he tries to militarize that as well. So who knows? The question, the way this ends, the consequences that we know are coming, I don't think anybody can predict. But there are some certainties that we can see, that we are aware of, we know, and we control. And Putin does.
The president today warned Russia again that if it engages in cyber warfare against the United States, the U.S. will respond. How worried should U.S. industries, the infrastructure, the national security apparatus be about a major Russian cyber attack on the United States?
Well, I think we need to be worried about it. We need to be prepared for it. The president said today we've been working with business, not just this year, last few months, but over the last few years, to harden their capabilities on cyber attacks. And we have, we're not perfect. We have chinks in the armor. There are pieces that we don't have that we wish we did have. I fully expect that this will go cyber. I fully expect that the Russians will use their cyber capability, as we've seen them in the past. They're excellent cyber warriors. We're very good. I think we're the best. And I think Americans need to be aware that we're not going to be untouched by this, whether it's cyber attacks, whether it's gasoline costs right in the wake of inflation from COVID and supply chain problems. No, we're going to be affected as well.
Yeah, I've been told by U.S. officials that racing for a major Russian cyber attack, and the President said today, if Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. And he says the U.S. has sharpened, and I'm quoting him now, our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks. That could be a major, major development. Secretary Chuck Hagel, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Will.
All right, we're following the breaking news. Matthew Chance is joining us once again. He's in Ukraine. Matthew, I understand you're hearing explosions once again. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, we've heard one big explosion here shatter the calm, such as it's been over the past several hours in Kiev. I'm not quite sure where it's come from. It seemed to have come from this direction over here, which is to the south of where I'm standing right now. I'm not sure what kind of ice there is over there, but clearly it comes 24 hours almost to the minute after those barrages of cruise missiles targeted air defense systems, military sites around the Ukrainian capital. At the moment it's an isolated explosion that we've heard. We've heard the sort of smaller caliber weaponry, we think, fired as well, but we're not sure whether that's from a different location or whether it may have just been a sort of nervous reaction to that explosion. Not clear whether some sort of start some kind of battle for Kiev. Although I have to say that we do know for a fact that there are Russian forces, special forces that have been airlifted into strategic positions around this city, and the concern is, and the belief is amongst Ukrainian officials, is that within a short period of time, the Russian plan is to encircle Kiev, to capture the city, and to target the leadership of it. President Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, issuing a sort of national statement on his social media platforms earlier today, saying that this, according to our information, the enemy has marked me as target number 1, and they've marked my family as target number 2. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. You said there's information they've got of enemy sabotage groups that have already entered Kiev, and so a lot of concern even amongst the Ukrainian leadership right now, from including the top person, the president of the country, that they will now be targeted by Russian forces in the capital, Kiev. Wolf.
Yeah, and U.S. officials for days now, as you know, Matthew, they've been saying that the Russians, that Putin has a hit list or a kill list, not just of Zelensky and his family, but of many other Ukrainian officials that they want to go after and either kill or send to camps and put them away. We're going to watch that, obviously, very closely. Be careful over there, Matthew. We'll stay in very close touch with you. Our breaking news coverage of the war in Ukraine continues. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, there you see him. He's standing by live. We will discuss, and I'll ask him what he sees as Putin's end game. We'll be right back.
You can do normal negotiations or diplomacy. This is a criminal enterprise that not only uses poison against their own people, they use cyber to wreck institutions and destroy people's lives. And clearly they are not reluctant at all to use blunt force, all types, to change borders and achieve their end. The fact that Russia has used nuclear weapons scenarios in all of their exercises, every big exercise concludes with a nuclear strike. And this is done, of course, not only to maintain proficiency, but it's also done to make sure that all of us are aware that they have nuclear weapons and that they are prepared to use them. That's a very serious situation, especially with a guy who does not act in what we would consider a rational way.
What is the role of the United States military in trying to limit the danger that you're describing and trying to increase the pain, reduce the potential reward for Putin here? Obviously, President Biden is clear as day that there's not going to be any U.S. troops fighting in Ukraine. But we are seeing thousands of Americans deployed to Ukraine's borders. And that wouldn't be happening if there wasn't a reason to do it. What does the U.S. military contribute to America's capabilities here as Putin seems to still be expanding his attack?
Well, of course, as is designed in our Constitution, the military is an instrument for use by the civilian leadership. And so, frankly, I have to say, as an old retired guy, I'm very proud of how quickly U.S. Army Europe, U.S. European Command, our great Air Force, how everybody has reacted and responded to move capabilities around, to put them in place in time to give our political leaders some options, and also to signal to the Kremlin that this is not some exercise. This is not an academic thing. This is for real, and we are prepared. And that's the essential nature of deterrence. Now, I had a good friend from Lithuania a few years ago was talking to me about how much they wanted to have American soldiers there. I said, why is it so important to have Americans here? We have allies from multiple countries. He said, General Hodges, Russia has never fought against American soldiers. They are scared of American soldiers. That's why we all want American soldiers, Americans here. And I think actually this is probably going to be one of the outcomes of President Putin's reckless and terrible calculations. He's going to end up with permanent basing of American soldiers in Poland, Lithuania, Romania, Latvia, and Estonia. Instead of rotational, he's going to have permanent on his doorstep because all of these countries know what it's like. And we all recognize now what the Kremlin is up to and how what Putin is willing to do.
Yeah, he's settled the argument as to his malign intentions. He has proven all of his worst critics correct in an irrefutable way. Retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, former commander of the U.S. Army in Europe. General, it is great to see you. Come back soon. I'd love to have you back as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Rachel.
All right, we've got much more ahead tonight. Stay with us.
Go F yourself. It appears that may have been Ukrainian soldiers' last words. We are told all of the Ukrainian soldiers there, all of them were killed. We're going to bring in the former European Affairs Director for the National Security Council, retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. Colonel, thank you so much for joining us. What's your take, first of all, on the state of the battle and how much longer Ukrainian forces potentially can hold off this massive Russian assault?
You know, Wolf, I wrote a lengthy piece on this and I kind of laid out much of the scenario. I saw this coming for definitely for quite a few weeks. And one thing that I certainly got wrong was how maybe overrated would be a good way to put it. The Russian forces were, and underrated the Ukrainian forces are performing. So the Russians were supposed to land some very heavy blows, massive aerial bombardment, cruise missile strikes, really disrupt and destroy a lot of the command and control political leadership. They have not been particularly effective there. A lot of the Ukrainian Air Force is intact. And the Ukrainians are putting up a massive resistance. And this is going to be a slog. I don't think this is going to be as easy as the Russians think that it is. And frankly, I don't know if this is going to turn out the way Vladimir Putin thought it would. Certainly not without the costs. The costs now seem pretty heavy. Even amongst the domestic population, there are protests on the street. And then the stories of heroism emerging from that Snake Island transcript that you just offered, or the ghost pilot that's flying over Ukrainian Air Force pilot may have destroyed 4 to 6 Russian aircraft. It's pretty amazing how hard the Ukrainians are fighting to defend their homeland.
Having said that, Colonel, how likely is it that Russia eventually, either within a few days or a few weeks or whatever, will take the capital of Kyiv? What will that be for this conflict?
Yeah. So it's interesting. Once the first shots are fired, the geometry changes, and it's really very difficult to see how things unfold. Do the protests in Russia, the unexpected protests in Russia, materialize into something far more challenging? Do the Ukrainians put up such a significant resistance that it changes the calculus, and Putin recognizes he may not be able to achieve his maximalist issues at home? Those things are difficult. But yes, the numbers are on Russia's side. Russia's been preparing for this for years. Frankly, the conflict was inevitable. Whether it was now or later, it was inevitable because for more than 2 decades, Putin has preyed on his counterparts. He's preyed on his Western counterparts. And as a case officer, he's identified hopes and he's identified fears. For the hopes, he promised greater cooperation, a Russian integration. And for the fears, he does what he always does. He does the saber rattling to indicate that there is potential risk of nuclear war. And frankly, that's what's keeping us, the U.S. position, so mild at the moment. Yes, we're levying sanctions, But in reality, this is a democracy fighting, struggling for its survival, struggling for security in Europe. So it's way bigger than that. It's going to have a geopolitical impact. It's going to have an impact on the U.S. population. It has a high possibility of spillover. And I really think we should be doing everything we can to support the Ukrainians. But I think there is a deep fear of the Russians somehow, spinning out of control, escalating, which is a false premise. I wrote an article in The Atlantic today. The Russians have no more interest in a confrontation with the U.S. or NATO than we do. They are deathly afraid of a war with the U.S. They know they would lose. They don't want to go in that direction. There's evidence to substantiate this. When the Russians attacked us in Syria, we killed 300 of them without a response. But we are still succumbing to those fears because that case officer is effective and understands where he can prey on us when we're vulnerable. We self-deter.
Ukraine's president, as you know, Colonel, President Zelensky says there are already Russian sabotage groups that have entered Kyiv looking to target him and his family. Do you think he is an immediate danger?
Absolutely. I think he's in immediate danger. I think there's a target list of various priorities. The folks in government, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, heads of security services, they're in danger. Their families are in danger. But also civil society, the folks that have made this country what it is today, the folks that mobilized the street in 2014 and resulted in the revolution of dignity, the folks that are dragging Ukraine or pushing Ukraine towards the West, those are all on the target list. We don't really understand how the Russian mindset is here. They're going to be barbaric. Right now, it seems like they're actually being restrained because they think they can achieve their objectives without significant casualties or collateral damage. As soon as it turns rough for them, they're going to do what the things they did in Syria. Bomb churches, mosques in the case of Syria, they'll bomb churches, they'll bomb schools, they'll bomb hospitals. This will be a brutal campaign.
Very quickly, before I let you go, Colonel, as you know, Putin has used explosive words in describing what's going on in Ukraine. He says his effort is simply to protect people in Ukraine from genocide. He says that he's working to denazify the country. He's talking about Nazis in Ukraine right now. President Zelensky, you know, he's Jewish. What do you make of what Putin is saying?
It's patently absurd. It's meant to influence his domestic population. There is really no merit. Of course, the Ukrainians have been struggling for independence under the Soviet Union, under the Russian Empire, and most recently, and there are radical movements that tried to exploit that. But you pointed out that Vladimir Zelensky is Jewish. When he came to power, the prime minister was Jewish. They were the only one other country in the world, Israel, that had a Jewish president, prime minister. The Jewish community embraced. It's central to the country, and there is nothing to this Nazi narrative, fascist narrative. It's fabricated as a pretext.
Even the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum here in Washington, they condemned Putin for uttering those kinds of words. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me on.
The breaking news coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine will continue right after this break.
Come on. He's yours now.
We got your car, sweetie.
A dealership? I thought this was an online thing.
It looks like you done picked the wrong website, Chief.
It's time to sign, baby.
So you didn't go to a dealership?
No, with Vroom you don't have to.
Never go to a dealership again. Go to Vroom.com, buy a car, and we'll deliver it straight to you. Is your heater busted? Computer crashed? Appliance broken? Then you need ARW Home.
Life's been pretty worry-free since I got covered with ARW Home. Don't waste thousands of dollars on air conditioning, appliance repair, and replacements. Save that money through ARW Home. Protection plans that cover household appliances, systems, and electronics.
My air conditioning broke on a Sunday. I called ARW and they came out and fixed it right away.
Get your free quote today. Call or go to ARWHome.com now.
Migraine attacks? Qlipta can help prevent migraine.
Whoops. I'm getting the hang of it, Chrissy. I didn't hear you snoring, so you good. Let's see. I am. Hey, you know we've been on here for
Just looked. It said
three
2 hours and something.
3 hours, wasn't it?
Three.
Let me see.
No, I think it says 2 hours and
2 hours. 2 hours. Okay, let
almost
me.
three though. But
I'm gonna refresh the page. Let's see. Yep, 2 hours. You ready to get off? Or you okay?
probably get off in a few.
Okay, let me know because I'm gonna get off with you. Let me see.
Mhm.
I'm getting the hang of going back and forth and then like posting the little highlights on here.
Mhm.
She's also the host of Oh
See.
My World on
People are still laughing at my comment.
Ah, thank you.
My comment
Ah,
about the goofy smile.
who? Kevin's laughing at your comment. Thank you.
No,
Yeah.
somebody else.
Oh, can
Herster.
you pour me some of this in a cup? Oh, never mind, never mind. Okay, okay, that's okay. Okay. Here, put one of these in the bathroom. Oh, okay, okay. All right.
of how these sanctions are being used in the strategy that the Biden administration is crafting
Yeah.
toward this situation and how they work in general, right? So sanctions are not the silver bullet to changing behavior. They're not usually relied upon for that because if that were the case, then we would kind of be disappointed over and over again. They're supposed to be part of a broader strategy, and that strategy is what's supposed to change behavior. And the Biden administration knows that, right? So that's why arming Ukraine is a big piece of it. And a lot of military experts, people like Representative Slotkin, who you had earlier on the show, they all have argued that maybe we need to be arming more. So diplomatic negotiations are part of it, right? Maybe some covert actions that we don't know about or can't talk about. So they're not the silver bullet. The things that I hear about that are a little concerning right now is not just the emphasis placed on them, it's also these types of activities or actions that we just talked about, right? Cutting Russia from SWIFT right now so quickly would fire on us, right? We engage in
I might
trade
post it
with
like random and stuff.
40% of their oil and gas from Russia. So all of that trade would stop overnight, and that would obviously have a huge backlash if you haven't set up other sources of oil and gas. It would cause gas prices around the world to skyrocket. So when you talk about targeting the head of any state, targeting a head of state is something that is not taken lightly. It is only taken once you've decided, once the U.S. government has decided that there are no more opportunities for diplomatic negotiations, that any engagement has stopped and will come to an end. And that doesn't work here because diplomatic
I got a
negotiations.
message, Sharon.
And secondly, there are
I got a
other
message.
with Russia still, like
I got a message. It said,
Your message from?
"Hey there, just wanted to say no hard feelings about the post earlier, and hope we can still be friends."
Who is that from? Oh, from dude. Oh, I see. Awesome. That's awesome. He found you very attractive. I bet you that's exactly why he responded to you. Because that's attractive to guys. Like basically, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like that you attracted him. You were very attracted to him because you were yourself. And the fact that he was paying attention. See? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
hard, right? That any sanction will not be symbolic. It will have a heavy effect. But on the flip side, we have this challenge where they are willing to protect
My turn next. Finally got it. Don't tell me I'm too old.
Yeah.
global markets, and not just in oil and gas, but probably in nickel and aluminum and steel, other things that are produced there. And so these are all things that the Treasury Department has to take into consideration when they're making their analysis on how to craft these sanctions. When I was there in 2014, for example, those sanctions were very carefully and surgically calibrated to ensure no backlash. This time around, the activity's worse, and President Biden in his speech said there's a price to pay for freedom, and that's what he was talking about.
It was one of my friends' tweets. He's so random sometimes. I'm gonna post it in here so you can see it. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I'm like this posting like random kind of, you know. Let's see. That's his tweet. But he's right though. A lot of times he's like really random, but he's right. It's like, dang, you know what? We're kind of stuck in this madness here. Oh, so they both channels decide to have commercials on at the same time.
I used to hate that with the radio, and I'm like annoyed, and I put the radio on.
Right.
And that all
Everybody
channels,
got commercials at the same time.
yeah, all the channels will have commercials at the same time. Like, really?
Oh no.
All right, give me a second. I need to step away.
Okay. I like I have this app that I play. I told you about the app Radio Garden, and so I can listen to radio channels from all over the world, and they don't have any commercials.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I listen to most of the Japanese and Korean channels.
All right. I got to give me a second. I'm stepping away for a second.
Okay.
Of Europe.
I got my phone though, so I can still hear you, but you
Okay.
can't hear me.
We got.
I said I had my phone with me, so I can hear you on the I can hear you through the YouTube side, but
Okay.
Phase campaign plan. They appear to be striking into Ukraine on several different axes. One out of Belarus, one towards Kharkiv, one out of the Donbass, and one out of Crimea. So there are multiple axes that are moving into the heartland of Ukraine. And if he's to be believed, if Putin is to be believed, his intention is to demilitarize the country and denazify it, which is a ridiculous term. But he doesn't believe that Ukraine is a real country. And with this kind of combat power and this
He
application,
believed it enough until a few weeks ago when he just got in his feelings because he's got dementia.
stand against him or be a Western outfit.
Yeah, stop.
As you know, other bordering countries such as Latvia and Estonia, for example, they are NATO allies. Do you think Putin's bold enough, crazy enough for that matter, to try to cross into one of those borders?
Yep.
I'm always very reluctant, Wolf, to ascribe lunacy to any world leader. He's operating off his own set of values. He's operating off his own timeline. But he's been warned by the President of the United States. He's been warned by the Secretary General of NATO that NATO is a absolutely committed to the defense of every square inch of NATO. And Putin would cross over a NATO boundary, a NATO frontier at great risk, because I don't think there's any ambiguity there that Article 5 of the NATO Charter of the Washington Treaty indicates an attack on one is an attack on all, bringing the combat power of 30 nations led by the United States to defend the NATO territory. It's a pretty daunting and awesome threat to Putin. I think he would at great risk cross over a boundary into a NATO country.
Yeah, it would be enormous risk. As you know, he's already launching cyber attacks in Ukraine. Would NATO see cyber attacks on one of its members as an act of war? Because there's some concern if he launches some major cyber attacks in Western Ukraine, it could spill over and affect Poland, a NATO ally.
Well, in the 21st century, multi-domain warfare, cross-domain warfare has been a feature for some period of time. And when I say multi-domain, I'm not talking tanks, artillery, airplanes, ships at sea. I'm talking about operations in the information space and information in the cyberspace. And Putin's been operating largely with impunity in the cyberspace, the information space for some period of time, softening up Ukraine, hopefully softening up the democracies of the West. Now, to your question specifically, is a cyber attack an attack triggered Article 5? I think we have to. That remains to be determined. But if it's a major attack upon critical infrastructure that causes dramatic harm inside the NATO countries and loss of life, etc., I believe we're going to have a conversation in the North Atlantic Council about whether that cyber attack actually could trigger Article 5.
I think you're absolutely right. General Allen, thank you so much for joining us. We'll take a quick break and do much more of our special coverage for the
Wonderful pistachios are available without any shells. That's all we're saying.
Intelligence warned about here, but I think we've all learned to expect from previous Russian behavior, is some sort of cyber attack to go along with this conventional attack that they're waging across Ukraine. We have seen some cyber attacks that the U.S. government has clearly and consistently attributed to Russia. And that has been interesting, but I think a lot of people expected, given what we saw from Russia in the Georgia war that they launched in 2008, given what we saw them do to Ukraine in 2014, 2015, 2016, including shutting down their electrical grid, I think people expected there to be a much larger cyber component of that. Are you expecting that, and do you think that's still to come?
Sadly, I am expecting and how fierce the resistance is to these Russian forces. I think it's an escalation of the cyber war. So what we're seeing in this field is probably just the beginning. If Putin wants to really make life even more difficult for the people of Ukraine, he can, I think, use the cyber means to create even more panic and chaos. The danger, I think, to us in the United States is that some of the malware that used in Ukraine, we've seen other Russian malevolent tools go into the wild, so to speak, and boomerang around the globe. It's also possible that depending on Putin's reaction to what we do in providing military support to Ukraine, in enacting these tough sanctions, that Putin may direct some of those cyber tools against us, in which case we're prepared to respond.
Chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Congressman Adam Schiff, sir, thank you for your time. I know it's a long night, a long day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, as we're looking at these live images, it is just coming up on 5 a.m. in the capital city of Kyiv in Ukraine. Capital city has a curfew that's in effect for another 2 hours, but we are hearing blasts, hearing reports of loud blasts in the capital city. We'll stay on it. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Alex Jones, the king of conspiracy theories, go inside this information empire.
It's like a foreign QVC.
CNN talks to those who know him best. Alex Jones stories. They
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, they did it again.
Ugh. Huh? Okay.
I was like, bless her heart, she's so tired. She got to get up early in the morning.
Yeah. I had to go just now throw some garbage and stuff outside, and yeah. Yeah, I've been wanting pickles. I don't know why for the longest. Every so often I get in these pickle fits.
I just got some. I got to keep this weight off that I lost though. When I was I got to keep this weight off, so we're gonna have to come up with some kind of work thing, exercise to do in the morning so I can keep this weight off. I lost a lot of weight.
So I'm over here eating a dill pickle spear.
I gotta get some of those booty pants. TikTok pants.
Russia waging
Oh,
Ukraine 24 hours
telling
ago
you.
broke out while we were on the air.
Here's
Now,
Don
the
Lemon.
second largest country in
I
Europe,
like Don Lemon when he's drinking on New Year's Eve. I like watch drunk Don Lemon. He gets drink on New Year's Eve.
Russian sabotage groups have entered the city, and this is chilling.
According to our information, the enemy has marked me as target number 1. My family is target number 2. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. We have information that enemy sabotage groups have entered Kyiv.
And that is happening as the White House is condemning Russia over what they call credible reports. Civilians at Chernobyl in northern Ukraine have been taken hostage. The White House demanding their immediate release. Some 137 Ukrainian soldiers killed, 316 wounded in just the first day of war. Ukraine tonight ordering a general military mobilization and banning men 18 to 60 years old from leaving the country.
Oh, no.
Calling out Vladimir Putin for
What happened?
Eastern Europe since World War II and slapping new
They're to fight their war.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose
Dang, this
how
sucks.
he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time.
But the president wouldn't say why he's not personally sanctioning Putin so far. But he has a message for the American people.
This aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are.
Now, the worldwide resources of CNN on this story, CNN Sam Riley in Kyiv, Ukraine, Matthew Chance at Kyiv, Joe Doherty in Moscow, Caitlin Collins at the White House, Warren Lieberman at the Pentagon. Good evening to all of you. Matthew, what's happening there tonight? You've had
been a couple of explosions, pretty powerful one. It didn't say how far.
We go do some investigation. See how old this. See how old.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, see how old.
And they're saying that.
I looked at his page, but I don't remember. See how old he is.
Looks like he's like late 20s, early 30s.
Defense minister is telling us
Oh, wait, let me see. Let me go to the group and see.
Strikes took place. I've been given some video as well. One of the
See if he posted or what his intro was that he posted.
Asians by looking at people, but then again, you know, blacks and Asians age well.
That's what they say in the video on.
Huh?
I said I'm pretty good by gauging people's ages by just looking at them. But then again, Asians throw me off too because we all age well. Asians and blacks well.
Uh-huh.
So a lot of them, like when Kevin told us that he was 43, I didn't believe him. I still kind of did believe him. I was like, He looks
Operation
younger than
invasion of the country. We've been witnessing coming into contact with Russian special forces that have been deployed on the outskirts of the city.
I thought he was trolling
in
us.
preparation.
When he said he was 43, I was like, he's really lying.
In
Like, we're supposed to really believe that.
residents and officials as well.
I'm calling him a lie to his face. He said, I'm 43.
Decapitate the leadership of the country and install a pro-Moscow regime here already. President Zelensky has posted on social media in a video, as we just saw, that he sees himself as the number one target. He believes that's how the enemy see him, and his family as the number two target. So it is a very ominous development indeed.
Matthew, what do we know about reports of hostages at Chernobyl?
Yeah, I mean, and that's interesting, isn't it? It was the whole idea that Chernobyl, the site of the world's worst nuclear catastrophe back in 1986, is now under Russian control, is in itself quite worrying, quite extraordinary. The fact that there's military operations taking place in that heavily contaminated region is worrying. In addition, development as well. But it seems that the technical staff, the people who look after the reactor that exploded back in 1986, and they take care of the sort of concrete sarcophagus that's over the top of it to make sure no more radiation leaks out, they've all been kept in place as well. They're being described by Ukrainian officials as hostages. Obviously, the Russians wanted to keep the technical staff there, clearly, to make sure that an ecological disaster did not take place in that location. Once again,
we post a lot in this group.
Taking it over, but yeah, again, more signs that Russia is, encroaching on the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of this country from every direction.
Sam Connolly, let's bring you in now. President Zelensky says that 137 Ukrainian soldiers have already been killed, and tonight Zelensky is calling up Ukrainian males, 18 to 60, to ICE, getting them from leaving the country. Are they prepared to do that?
I think they are, Dom. I think that a large number of people that we've spoken to, and I've been here for more than a month now here in Ukraine, including here in Kiev and in Kharkiv.
It don't look like he did an intro post.
People were training.
He didn't do what?
Like an intro post where you talk about yourself, like an introduction post.
Oh, go to his main profile.
Yeah, I'm about to. I was just double checking because sometimes it's easier.
Oh, okay, yeah. A lot of people don't do that. I just do that just because that's just how I am.
He said, "Thank you." So with the hard feelings comments, I said, "Yeah, that's fine." I said, "I accepted your friend request." He goes, "Thank you. You can save me as your petty Asian guy friend."
See, he likes you now. He respects you because of that. I knew that was gonna happen. She didn't know because most of the other girls would just pick me, especially that one pick me. She just really bothered me. But all the other girls are just pretty much I'm reasonable. I like my nails, and just I guess trying to make conversation.
I'm gonna say, yeah.
If you reacted the way you did, he wasn't expecting that. He probably wasn't used to that either.
So I'm gonna I put a laugh in. I'm gonna say, "Okay, I will until further notice."
Ask him how old he is. By the way, how old are you?
At the same time, the authorities here have blown two bridges.
I'll be right back. You do that. I'll be right back.
Any effort to have a pincer movement of tanks towards there against this city that has the advantage perhaps of being encircled by a road. It's got a ring road around it, but that may be used to lay siege to it. It is 1.5 million people. They would need a lot
freezing cold out there.
Let's talk about also the residents there. Kharkiv is Ukraine's second largest city, as you said. We saw residents seeking shelter in subway stations. Clarissa Ward spoke to one family. Listen to this, Sam.
What will you do now? Will you stay here tonight? Yes, I think yes. Do you have food? Do you have everything you need? This is what you have.
Yes, and water. That's all.
You seem remarkably strong, given how scary the situation is.
Brave, because we have children.
Hello.
That's
why. How you doing? I'm good.
Them that we are scared.
This is a big city and now under siege. That's a lot of folks, Sam.
It is an awful lot of people, at least 1.5 million. 75% of them speak Russian as a mother tongue, at least. This is not, though, a place that is supportive at all of Vladimir Putin's agenda here. His stated agenda is to try to help protect those eastern enclaves that whose independence he recognized just a few days ago, but simultaneously announced that he recognized their suzerainty, their sovereignty over a large chunk of territory that is undoubtedly the Ukrainian government's land. Now that becomes academic now that we've got major cities like Kiev, the capital, Kharkiv, the center of the intellectual and a lot of the technical life of the whole country, now threatened with an imminent invasion. As we go from this phase, which is clearly the Russian playbook, is to knock out communications, airfields, air defenses, and to use multiple rocket launching systems to try to soften the ground in advance of a tank invasion. The second phase is the one that really is going to be most problematic for civilian populations here, because that's going to involve ground troops, and there could well be an increased level of resistance from Ukrainian armed forces. This is the moment where they really may show their mettle, Don.
Yeah, and as we say, this is all happening in the moment. This is war. We get back to Matthew. Matthew, take a look at this video of that explosion that you just witnessed. We'll listen, we'll watch, and then we'll discuss. Here it is.
Самолет. Жесть.
So Matthew, that is the latest. I'm not sure if it was an onslaught, if it was one, but it is happening sporadically. How often are you witnessing this or hearing it in the area?
Oh, well, that was the first incident tonight that we witnessed. But obviously, 24 hours ago, there were loads of strikes and cruise missiles taking place. I thought what was really interesting about the video, and it's the video that was sent, I think part of it was sent to me by the Ukrainian Interior Ministry just a short time ago. They say it is a missile that was shot out of the sky by anti-missile defense systems from Ukraine. I wasn't aware, it might be my ignorance, I wasn't aware that Ukraine had anti-missile defense systems capable of shooting missiles out of the sky. That's sophisticated air defenses right there. But I heard the Russian voice, and my Russian isn't great, but I heard the Russian voice as that item, that object exploded into little pieces and fell to earth, say the word Samolot, which means aeroplane. It means aeroplane in Russian. So there's some kind of whether it's some kind of aerial vehicle, some kind of drone, or whether it was indeed a missile. It's unclear. It's unclear to me.
Well, let's bring in Jill Doherty. Jill, I want to ask you, you have been covering Russia for decades. Were you aware of this region for decades? Were you aware of an anti-missile defense system on behalf of Ukraine?
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay,
but
okay.
I'm not a military expert. But it depends on what we're talking about in terms of what kind of protection they would have. But I actually do not know the answer to that.
Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon.
Anti-missile defense systems? No, I'm not aware that Ukraine has anti-missile defense systems. We know that the U.S. and other countries in Europe have provided Javelin anti-aircraft missiles. Whether one of those can take out a missile, I don't know. As Matthew pointed out, shooting a missile out of the sky is incredibly difficult, and I've seen it done countless times by Iron Dome. Only Israel has Iron Dome in the U.S.
Yeah, I'm going to bring in General Hertling now. General, we were going to bring you in a little bit later. Let's bring you in now. So look, this is all happening. Matthew is hearing this.
Yeah.
It has not been confirmed. But what do you think this was? He said it was at least some form of military equipment knocking a missile out of the sky. What do you think of that?
What did I miss?
I'm not going to judge on it. I'm not a military analyst or intelligence analyst, but that looks like an aircraft. It looks like a very large aircraft. The Ukrainian
Ukrainian forces do have Stinger missiles. The Javelins are the anti-tank missiles. The Stingers are the aircraft missiles. They have a range of about 3,500 meters. That aircraft looked like it was flying under the cloud cover. So it was an aircraft. It was a missile. It's tough to knock down a missile with a Stinger. But all this is conjecture. That looks an awful lot like a large aircraft, like a transport plane or possibly even a bomber, but it is flying very low. If it was an aircraft, it could be carrying either bombs or airborne soldiers. If it was a missile, it was a very lucky shot.
Yeah. So let's pull back on that. We don't know what it is. We're hearing what Matthew is being told, and until we get confirmation, then we can speak on it. But you're exactly right. Let's not conjecture. Let's not try to surmise what's happening until we get confirmation. So stand by, General Hurtling. I want to bring in now Kevin Collins of the White House. The President of the United States, Joe Biden, made clear that Putin is the aggressor in this unjustified and unprovoked war against Ukraine. He hit Russia with additional sanctions, but so far has not directly sanctioned Vladimir Putin himself. You asked the president if that's still on the table. What did he say?
He said it's still on the table, but I do think it's notable that given Putin has taken the steps that they said that they would deploy all the sanctions that they had over as they did today, once he took that step of invading Ukraine and attacking Ukraine as Russia is doing right now, this isn't something that ended up making the final cut. And so you look at the sanctions that they had talked about, the package that they had put together over the last several weeks with allies, like talking about what this was going to look like if Russia did actually take this step, which, as we know, President Biden predicted President Putin was going to do. This isn't something that he included, even though he did say it's still on the table and it's something that they would consider, as well as the SWIFT financial system, cutting Russia off from that, he said, is also on the table. Though, of course, we should note, that doesn't seem like something realistic. It's something that has to be done in coordination with European allies to actually do that. But the other steps that President Biden did take today when it comes to imposing these sanctions, when it comes to restricting Russian financial systems, tying up some equity and debt, when it comes to those technology exports that they are hoping could stunt military growth for Russia, those are the steps that they believe are going to be the most effective for this time and basically have the maximum effect against Russia while minimizing any kind of effect that they would have on European allies. That has kind of been the balance that they've been trying to strike here, Don. And so the question of how long those take to go into effect, though, the president was pretty blunt about today. He said that it is going to take a while, he believes, before they can really weaken the Kremlin. And that is really going to be the goal of this. And so when you look at what's happening on the ground in Ukraine, you see the concerns that people have as the Secretary of State is making clear he believes Putin is going after the capital. He wants to install a pro-Russian government there and overthrow President Zelensky and his government. I think you have to look at the measures there. And what President Biden said today is he doesn't think any of these sanctions could actually prevent Putin from doing what he wanted to do. But we believe that has more to do with what we've talked about with officials, which is what Putin was set up here to do. That he was not just doing this through some kind of rational lens of what's the best for Russia, but viewing it through this very emotional and historical lens of what he deems as rebuilding the Soviet empire. And I think that was one of the most chilling remarks that you heard from President Biden during that press conference today, is he said he doesn't think that Putin is going to stop with Ukraine. He thinks he has his sights set on other places as well.
Let's bring in Joe Doherty again. Secretary of State Tony Blinken, Joe, says that the U.S. believes Moscow plans to inflict widespread human rights abuses, potentially worse on the Ukrainian people. What is Putin's endgame? I hear people saying, this is Ukraine's girl. What is struck me is that people can please Matthew James.
He's like, can you shut up? Let him talk.
Emotional. He's basing his decisions on emotion instead of being rational about it.
That is one of the theories. I think, there is a certain rational side to him, which is he wants to have this zone or this sphere of influence around Russia. And that includes these countries like Ukraine, Georgia, and others. Sanitized of NATO. So in that sense, he now has decided, obviously, that he will do whatever it takes in his mind to get Ukraine under control. Now the problem, with the military, with the Russian military is
but Ukraine doesn't need to be under control. Ukraine is its own country. They don't need Putin butting in.
But when they
trying to
talking as they
demand them
about
being
very,
with him.
Precision weapons, and we can go in and just do this and kind of cut it and slice it very carefully. That's when I begin to worry, because if they want to, in a precision way, decapitate the Ukrainian government, that's one thing. But can they actually do that without killing civilians and without destroying, half of Ukraine? I wonder, because in other places like Syria, they just randomly bombed. Sometimes they would try to do precision, but they didn't have the equipment or the skill to do it. Again, they're better, but this is they may just take orders to do whatever it takes, and if civilians die, then that's too bad.
Quickly, I want to get to Oren Lieberman. Oren, all of this obviously being guided from intelligence from our military officials, our intelligence officials. What is the latest from the Pentagon?
First, allow me to say thank you to General Hertling for correcting me on my mistake between javelins and stingers as I was trying to figure out anti-missile technology. But second, we've heard the word decapitate a couple of times in the first 15 minutes of the show here. That's a word we heard here at the Pentagon as well. Senior defense officials saying it was Vladimir Putin's goal to decapitate the Ukrainian government and basically install a puppet government that is subservient to Putin himself and to the Kremlin and to Russia. Where are they in that goal? The officials said Russian forces are closing in or getting closer to Kyiv, but the official wouldn't be specific on how close they've gotten. Two worrying parts of this as well. First, the Russians have not employed electronic warfare, at least not to the extent that they're able to cut off command and control, disrupt communications, and that will have its own impact. Second, Putin has not brought the vast majority of his forces to bear on Ukraine. He has a lot left in reserve, and that's what they're looking for. When does he begin to engage all of that? That, of course, very worrying, troubling signs for the hours and the days ahead here.
All right, thank you, Oren. Stand by, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Stand by. We've got much more on our breaking news tonight. Russia waging a brutal war in Ukraine. CNN's teams are on the ground throughout the region.
裏面に全8話のストーリーが書かれてたのですが、どんなストーリーだったか忘れました。味はすごく甘いので好き嫌いが分かれる飲み物ですねということですが、美味しそうですねこれ。
かわいい。
ね、牛乳と卵で作ったこんがりミルクセーキ、これがブラウンシュガー使用っていうことで。
The Holocaust, but his grandfather survived the Holocaust. President Zelensky said he survived World War II, contributing to the victory over Nazism and hateful ideology. 2 years after the war, his son was born, and his grandson was born 31 years after. 40 years later, his grandson became president, and today he stands before you. Today, in a speech that obviously targeted President Zelensky, Vladimir Putin said, "We will seek to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine as well as bring to trial those who perpetrated numerous bloody crimes against civilians, including against citizens of the Russian Federation." Joining us now is NBC News reporter Matt Bodner in Moscow. Matt, what was the reaction to the protests around Russia today?
Thank you, Lawrence. Well, obviously, we saw the Russian government really wasn't all that accommodating to protesters. They were being warned well before they started gathering. We started hearing warnings earlier in the day that anyone who takes part in an unsanctioned mass gathering will be arrested. It is against the law. And we even saw people try to get around this a little bit because you are actually allowed under the Russian Constitution to stage a single person picket. Those people were also arrested. So we got a very strong signal from the Russian government that they were not going to allow protests to form. And they ended up cracking down on these protests as we have seen in the past. You know, we were going through central Moscow earlier this evening, about an hour or so before the protests began. We saw a security presence that I've not seen in the city since basically 1 year ago, exactly now, almost, when there were massive protests against the arrest of the opposition leader, Alexei Navalny. So that kind of gives you an idea, I think, of how nervous the authorities are about the Russian public and their reaction to this military operation at this point. You were mentioning earlier how this doesn't seem to be a very popular action. I think most Russians that I've talked to today were really quite surprised to see what their president had done when they woke up this morning and saw the speech, which was aired before most people in Moscow had to look it up. So this is an interesting new factor in this situation here in Moscow, and we're just going to have to see how it plays out now. But Russian people don't seem to be going for it. One thing I really do want to highlight, just to kind of reinforces how I think nervous the Kremlin is about the public's reaction, is we are getting an almost alternate reality depiction of the war from the Russian Defense Ministry, from the Kremlin. We've just seen these bulletins put out by the Defense Ministry all day insisting that population centers are not being targeted. Russia's using precision-guided munitions to just strike military targets. I just saw a really interesting one on the Russian state television a few hours ago that the Russian defense minister had ordered the Russian military to treat Ukrainian soldiers with respect. So they're trying very, very hard to not depict this as a war, not depict this as the kind of campaign that it appears to be unfolding in Ukraine now, especially as the Russians appear to be running into perhaps a little bit more resistance than they had expected. So we're going to keep watching the Russian public at this point. They're going to see these videos. They're going to see that, for example, right now it appears that Kiev is being attacked by Russian forces. They've been told that population centers were not on the target list. So, as you were talking about earlier, Russians have families in Ukraine. There's a lot of bonds. There's friends. There's common culture and language. They share a similar information space. So I don't know how long the Russian government is going to be able to hide the reality of this from them.
Matt Bodner in Moscow, thank you very much for that report. And joining us now is retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. He served as director for European Affairs.
This whole thing is crazy.
I know. And he testified against Donald Trump in the first impeachment investigation of Donald Trump. Colonel Vindman, thank you very much for joining us tonight. I wanted to get your response to something that President Zelensky said today. He said, as of today, our countries are on different sides of world history has embarked on a path of evil.
It's amazing. I met President Zelensky. You talked about the common roots. We actually had an interesting exchange about how the shoe could have been on the other foot. He could have ended up overseas. I could have ended up being a comedian. I was joking with him. I could have ended up being a comedian there. And it's amazing how he's risen to the occasion. He is the man leading this country. He's an entertainer. He's now leading his country. And he's absolutely right with that. Russia is the United States And Ukraine is, a very lucky, outperformed expectations. Largest Europe.
Looks like another bot has entered the building. You see it? You saw it?
Yeah, I already removed them.
When
At least.
he's going after
Yeah, I removed it.
Nazis, in Ukraine, he means President Zelensky, who is Jewish, obviously, is not a Nazi. Is that the kind of language that Vladimir Putin believes he can convince Russians makes this worthwhile?
Well, there's certainly some sort of cognitive dissonance there because those two data points don't match up. But he needed some pretext, some reason to go after the cradle of Slavic civilization, the shared history dating back 1,000 years between these two peoples, separate nations, but a shared history. And he needed some sort of pretext, and the most powerful pretext he could come up with. And he hit the right one. He's a case officer. He knew what would kind of affect the population most deeply is Nazism, because of the untold catastrophe of World War II. Millions and millions of people died. Both my grandfathers died. And the shared story of many, many people.
Oh, my hands are so dry. I need to put some lotion on.
But see, folks that supported the Nazis, whereas the Nazis themselves, he thinks that that's sufficient. But clearly, the population is not buying it. In spite of the significant risks, they're prepared to go on the streets. And the question is this the kind of black swan event? Everybody believes that Russia has the massive military dominance. It should, by all accounts, if you look at the charts, yes. But maybe there are other factors in play here. Maybe it's Russian instability. Maybe it's the fighting spirit and the morale of the Ukrainian people that may result to this shaping up in a completely different direction than Vladimir Putin calculated. Certainly, that's really the case with costs. He's going to bear some significant economic costs. He's brought Europe together. He's brought the Euro-Atlantic Alliance together. I think I see that the hints of bringing even the American population together, which is kind-hearted and can't stand to watch this kind of suffering imposed on people fighting for freedom. And this might even move the needle on some of our partisanship. And it's all because of Vladimir Putin and the most catastrophic miscalculation of his entire tenure, 22 years of power, more than 22 years of power.
Colonel, what is your military assessment of where the situation stands tonight militarily? And I know we're only 24 hours in, so that I'd like to just amend the question with, when do you think we will have any kind of clarity on where we are militarily?
It is definitely too early to indicate the direction this is going. But frankly, it is not too early to assess the early state, the way this is unfolding, whether the Russians have achieved their day one objectives. And I would say that the Russians have underperformed and the Ukrainians have overperformed. The Russians were supposed to conduct a massive shutdown campaign, destroy Ukrainian command and control, destroy Ukrainian bases, air defense, Air Force. That did not happen. As a matter of fact, the Ukrainian Air Force was flying, and there's a rising.
I can't find that kid's page. I mean, his age on his page.
Pilot that shot down.
He doesn't have his age.
Which is pretty
No,
amazing.
it has his birthday, but not his age. And then when I try to look through to see if there's anything that mentions it, I don't see anything.
The Ukrainians. And the Russian side, what's fascinating is the captured Russian soldiers.
I had to throw in a Black History Month fact.
From an
the middle of everything.
Who's landing in Ukraine, forced to attack Ukraine.
He doesn't have the year he was born?
Not having
No.
water, not receiving any information on what they're supposed to be doing. The morale is quite low. These are not negligible factors. The fact that
I would say he's like late
means
20s,
that they
early
get to stay in
30s.
this fight. The Russians have an overwhelming.
And I'm curious how tall he is, because he don't look that tall in pictures. But then
After these cities, after
He may be like,
morale
what,
targets and
5'8"?
population centers, it's frankly surprising they haven't done that. They can't do that for their own domestic population. But there's something to be said about the Russian way of war, as indicated in Syria, where they targeted mosques, hospitals, schools. I don't necessarily see when things go bad for them as they're very early trending, that they don't go to much more devastating attacks.
Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, thank you for your invaluable insights. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you. Coming up, President Biden hit Russia with more sanctions today, including sanctions targeted at billionaires close to Vladimir Putin. Two experts who have administered sanctions issued by the United States will join us next.
Creating.
There he's late 20s, early 30s. Does it any pictures on his profile show like where he works or what kind of work he does?
He do something. I know he mentioned something like with Make-A-Wish and like autistic children and stuff before.
Oh, so
Yeah.
he may be early to mid 30s then.
Yeah, it really is hard to tell how like people age.
Right. Yep.
It really is hard.
Actually, them, but well, it could depending because like Korean age, they are a year older because they count the time in the womb as a year, as like a year. By the time they're born, they're 1 year old. So I'm 53, so in Korean age, I would be 54.
Oh, okay.
They count your time in the womb as like from the time you're conceived, they find out.
Okay.
That's your first.
Yeah.
Year. So that's Korean age, and then our international age is just like our regular age, like how we count our age. Yeah, I'm gonna stay international. I don't want the extra year.
Yeah. No.
I could have used the extra year when I was 20. Yeah. I'll be Korean age.
Yeah, there's nothing I don't see that
gives age.
Yes.
So you're just gonna have to ask. Do you know where does it show he lives?
Massachusetts.
Okay. Sean did take his old raggedy butt over there to key to film a documentary. He's always in something. Always in something, Sean P. His old ass is sit ass on. Well, he brought El Chapo in, right? You remember when everybody was looking for El Chapo?
Oh, uh-huh.
Up here, they actually got El Chapo put in prison. So he might go over there and get Putin's butt. There's nobody else doing nothing. So he might get Putin.
Sanctions also freeze all U.S. assets held by Russians with close ties to Vladimir Putin and the families of those people with close ties to Vladimir Putin. The new sanctions also target Russia's military capabilities, export control controls of key products from the U.S. and its allies to Russia are designed to block Russia's ability to acquire technology essential to defense, aviation, and other critical sectors, cutting off half of Russia's high-tech imports. As the Washington Post reports, quote, "No country as large as Russia, with an economy as large as Russia's, ranked 12th according to the International Monetary Fund, has been hit with such massive international sanctions. Russia has not yet been removed from SWIFT, a global financial system." President Biden said that option
He got some nice posts though.
Of sanctioning Vladimir Putin himself.
He posted
I
something
just
there.
saw I saw the top picture of it. I didn't get look through the rest, but I remember when I first looked on his profile, that picture with his hair all messed up. He reminded me of those babies. You know, those babies when people have those babies with their messed up hair and they can't comb the baby's hair, and just won't lay down, and they look funny.
Yeah.
State Department's Office of Legal Advisor. Mr. Fishman, let me begin with you. One thing the President said today is that the sanctions that they have imposed, the financial sanctions that they have imposed, are at least as strong as actually blocking Russia from SWIFT.
That's definitely the case. President Biden today made good on his threat to deliver swift and severe consequences to Russia's economy. Lawrence, I was involved in 2014, and today's sanctions are orders of magnitude stronger than the ones we did back then. The centerpiece of today's package is a handful of Russia's state-owned banks. Sberbank, as you mentioned, has 1/3 of all Russian banking assets. BTB, 15% of Russian banking assets, and together 60% of all Russian household deposits. By blocking them from the U.S. financial system, the Biden administration is unleashing financial dislocation in Russia. This will be pain that is felt broadly across the Russian economy. It will be pain that is visible to everyone around the world, and it will make clear to everyone around the world that Putin's unprecedented brazen aggression against innocent Ukrainians comes with a very steep price. Additionally, the export controls you mentioned are not insignificant either. The multilateralism bringing together allies in Europe and Asia means that Russia's technology sector is going to become increasingly backward in the decades to come. So I think the bottom line is not only are these sanctions going to hit Russia immediately and send the Russian economy into a tailspin, but Russia's capacity to do harm, Russia's power, is going to be significantly dampened so long as Putin's president because of these unprecedented sanctions today, Lawrence.
Bert, when you've been studying the package of sanctions 2 days in a row, two different packages, what stands out to you as the most powerful tools that the president is using now?
Well, the blocking sanctions are among the most powerful and direct hammers that we see the president using, because those have the effect of completely blocking from the U.S. financial system any of the entities that are subject to those sanctions. But what I think is interesting to see is also the nuance that we've seen built into these sanctions actions, leaving both room to increase sanctions in the coming days, and at the same time seeking, to the extent possible, to minimize impact on the rest of the world, on the United States, on our allies. And the sanctions today against Sberbank exemplify that, because as we see, rather than using blocking sanctions as the president and the Treasury Department imposed on VEB and BTB, Sberbank is subject to corresponding banking and debt-related sanctions, but it doesn't prohibit non-financial institutions from continuing to engage with the bank. So that shows kind of some nuance in how these sanctions are being implemented with room to grow.
Edward Fishman, who goes to work enforcing these sanctions?
Sure. So the sanctions, interestingly, they're enforced by the United States government, right? The Treasury Department, the Justice Department. But the thing that's interesting that people don't often talk about, Lawrence, is that really the front line, the pointed edge of the spear in terms of sanctions compliance, are actually banks and companies themselves. So what we're going to see in the coming days are banks, not only in the United States, but in Europe and Asia, all around the world, are going to really interpret these sanctions. They're going to read over them. They're going to try to determine what are the risks, for instance, of continuing to deal with Sberbank and BTB. Rachel brings up a good point that Sberbank was cut off from correspondent accounts in the United States. It's a slightly less significant sanction than BTB. But what I'll be watching for is what are banks' risk tolerance going to be for actually continuing to transact with Sberbank? My instinct, Lawrence, is that there's a clear signal that's coming from the Biden administration as well as from the European Union and the United Kingdom that the Russian economy is going to be completely severed from the global financial system in the weeks ahead. Unless there's some sort of miracle and Putin pulls back from the brink, I think we're kind of on a conveyor belt to Iran-style sanctions against Russia. Today, I imagine this to be sort of the tip of the iceberg. And in the coming days and weeks, we'll really see how large the rest of that iceberg is.
Edward Fishman and Rachel Alpert, experts on sanctions. We're going to need your advice as we continue covering this crisis. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Coming up, for much needed news.
Did he message you back?
Not since my last messages, no.
Okay. You supposed to ask how old are you?
No, I mean I wrote before you told me that, and he didn't read those yet, so. So I didn't write it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But I feel like he is in his early 30s, like early to mid 30s. Looking at stuff, I feel like he could be. But y'all.
What are you most worried about as this war unfolds?
Well, on a basic human level, John, you've got to really feel both sympathy and empathy for Ukrainian military and the civilians who arguably are going to be caught up in harm's way, assuming the Russians decide to encircle Kyiv or go into civilian concentrated areas. Cities consume armies. And the reality is, if that happens, we're talking about a level of destruction and human tragedy that is pretty extensive. Beyond that, I've got to be concerned if Putin, in fact, gets his way, and I suspect he will, in terms of dominating the country. What happens when we have pro-Russian forces and Russians bumping up against countries, Poland and Romania, who are Article 5 NATO members. It's a very scary and ominous situation, and I think we're talking here months, if not years, of a new reality between the United States and Russia.
Jane, Ukrainian President, Zelensky says Russia has marked him as target number 1, and U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken said this tonight.
We do know, and part of the Russian plan has been to put Kyiv in danger, to assault the capital, to go after other major cities. We're seeing forces come in from the north, from the east, from the south, and that's all part of the plan that we've laid out in recent weeks.
You're convinced Putin's going to overthrow this government?
I'm convinced he's going to try to do that.
So what does this look like if that happens? This conflict look like if that happens?
Well, our intelligence has been magnificent, and I do applaud Tom Blinken and others for sharing in real time.
Hey, what's your legal name?
But I think
I'm gonna see if I could claim you as a defendant.
I think he's trying to threaten the whole.
Oh, you're filing your
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll write it down.
By us.
So it's the first name, middle initial, last name.
We helped revive and restore those we had vanquished, including Germany and Japan, and made them part of a system of friends. We didn't do that after the Cold War.
I'm putting it in
Huge price. I wrote a book about this. For the fact
like
that
the
we
questionnaire
declared
part
ourselves
first.
the
Well,
world
it would
superpower.
make
Well,
sense
it's
if you
well,
did.
no, it's filing. It's filing. I guess because it's doing it as it
Rise of
goes.
terrorism,
But here,
the fact that China
write it
didn't
down
want to be
because I
us,
don't
and
know
the
that.
fact that Russia has nurtured this sense of grievance for 30 years. I was in Munich too last weekend, The Russians were not there.
Tomorrow,
And the good news
get
is
paid,
that
and I'll give
the
the money
West
for
has
your
unified
phone.
against Russia. So hopefully
Work at 8
we will
tomorrow.
find a way to preserve
Yeah,
and
it's making
improve
sense for you
the
not
system
to,
of world order that we
you're helping,
established with good intentions and with great
Right.
success after World War II.
Aaron, President Biden is leveling maybe some sanctions, much of sanctions. But you say Putin has largely sanction-proofed his country. So what will these sanctions do? Because so far they've done nothing to stop Putin. They haven't
a name, birthday, and what?
So far, that's it.
If Tony Blinken is president,
Like this.
I
Did
think
you get
they're
this?
realistic enough to know that sanctions are not designed.
I went to get that, when I got my thing, my,
Local actors on the ground.
yeah, it's $10. The night, they got nice fans behind the counter. That place
Well,
is-
like those, like,
Well, these are $2 for Pop Shelf. These glasses. No, but that store out there, out in off Owensville Road, where I got the thing to make my macole.
I'll be at work before I get paid. I get paid at 9 a.m. That's normally when it hits my.
Well, then I'll give you my account number so you can pay it at work, so I can get it cut off because I gotta make those calls.
Okay.
Because I got you gotta pay it. So
You got a Venmo?
No, Cash App.
I think I can still use it.
Okay, do Cash App. I gotta get it on in the morning so I can get this call set. You know, that lady cut me back on after I threw a fit.
We're going to be containing for months and years to come. And we need a strategy that will not just but do that as well.
Jane, I've got just 10 seconds if you want to wait and see.
Yeah, well, I agree, but don't underestimate the will of the Ukrainian people. I was on the Maidan in 2014 and met a young cub reporter for CNN named Jim Shuto, and they toppled the old Russian regime, and they will fight. And they have a modern country now, and they've gone to it for over 7 years. And I don't think this is going to be easy. It's going to be ugly, but I don't think it's going to be easy. And I think Putin's going to have a rougher time than he expects.
Jane, thank you very much, Aaron, as well. I appreciate it. Men between 18 and 60 now not allowed to leave Ukraine, but plenty of women and children are crossing into Poland. We're live on the border, where the refugees have been streaming in all day and all night.
Now they really trapped. They really trapped down.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that one really has to say is that there are a lot of politically savvy and extremely well-educated Russians. There are an awful lot of Russians who are willing to take risks. There are an awful lot of Russians who care about Ukraine without thinking they should be controlling Ukraine. There are a lot of Russians, I'm trying to say, who don't actually need information to smell that sense that something is very wrong in the story that they are being told, to feel that in their guts, in their bones, and then to take risks. I mean, if we want to think about people who are courageous, of course we think about the Ukrainians who've actually chosen to resist the overwhelming force. And that's very important. But Russians who are out on the street are also showing exemplary courage. They're following their common sense and a sense of decency.
When I read the translation of Vladimir Putin's speech today, I was getting some elements of defensiveness in it, and this is a speech he's making to the Russian people to justify what he's done, including the phrase at one point in the translation saying, as hard as this might be to understand.
Sharon.
Yeah.
So he just wrote back, because he said, you can save me as your petty Asian guy friend, right? So I said, okay, I will until further notice, LOL. So then he just wrote back, fair enough, LOL. So I wrote LOL. Then he goes, I had no idea you were going to be 4 out of 4 from my petty list. So I just wrote, go big or go home. Go he can go home now. He's rating back.
Right? That's funny. Yeah, here Anthony's gonna claim me on his taxes because I mean it doesn't make sense for him not to, and he's helping the help take care of me here, and then I'll get a cut.
Yeah.
Wait, who is that? Oh, wait a minute, Anthony, don't wait a minute. I can't answer on the laptop. Hold on a second. I answer on. Okay, here. Hello? Yeah. Yep. And that means that you'll get more money. Yep. Remember when I was telling you to it was like I was trying to get you to sign up for that, like to be a caregiver or something where you can get paid to take care of me because of that. Like you can get money every month for taking care of me for being disabled. Remember that?
Professor Timothy Snyder, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Always appreciate it.
Yeah, but I mean, I was basically, but there's also a way where you can get additional. You said like every month, you can get paid every month for saying that you're a caregiver.
To say this to the judge. The war with Ukraine has been unleashed to cover up the robbery of Russian citizens.
416
Their attention away from the
21
country's internal problems
46
of its economy. This war will lead to
416
a vast number of victims destroyed
21
continued impoverishment
46
of Russian people. Our breaking news coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues now.
What is it? Read it.
Right after this.
Yep.
I'm Shilan. I am a mom and a real estate agent. After
That's
having
it.
it, everything that you used to do for yourself goes out the window. The lines that I was
Okay.
seeing in my forehead were getting deeper than I was used to them being. And I realized, you know what, I can focus again on myself. So what do you see when you look at yourself? I see someone who is growing, changing, loves, and is Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make firm lines, curve speed, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away if difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injections that pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
When it comes to real estate agents, experience matters. The best agents know how to market your home for top dollar and navigate through a complex transaction. At Ideal Agent, we created our smart seller system with top-rated local agents to sell your home for as low as a 2% commission.
I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in 1 month. And Ideal Agents saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 in commissions. The process was as easy as it gets. It was turnkey. I'm a very busy guy. They just took care of everything. They are the #1 way to sell your house.
I've used Ideal Agent 2 times. Ideal Agent guided me through the entire process, every step. You want to have the best agents, but you want to get the best deal. Using Ideal Agent, with both properties, I've saved over $30,000. Our service is free, available nationwide, and there's zero obligation. Call us today or visit idealagent.com.
Tomorrow, you're invited to a must-see event. Coming together, treasure ideas, I tried it.
Is he at work? Is he at work or is he at home?
I'll ask him in a second. He wrote back, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I think we got off on the wrong foot. And he's like, he goes, my name is Peter, and it's nice to meet you. You know, when we're not being petty on Facebook, LOL.
What a way to open up conversation. Well, see, like I was telling you with me and Carrie, like that was kind of the same thing with us. And we were together for 20 years. Yep. Yep. And I just made it clear to him. I was like, and then I told him, I even told Carrie, I was like, I don't think you want to go out with me. I don't think you want to date me. I tried to talk him out of his book to date me and stuff. And he said, let me make up my own mind about it. I told him the truth. I said, oh, I'm hard to live with. You don't want to go out with me. I sure did. I did. I tried every way. I told him straight through. He stuck around. All these boxes and these commercials. I don't usually watch the myth. I was just trying to keep up with what's going on because Putin is messing. His little hissy fit is messing with the market and my money, my kids. It's 11 o'clock there. It's past your bedtime, isn't it?
Nah, I don't usually fall asleep until late, so.
Oh, okay. You get up about 7?
My first alarm is 6 o'clock to give me a heads up.
Okay.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says at least 137 of his soldiers have been killed. He's ordered a full mobilization of the military, and he says while his family is now in hiding, he will be in the country.
I said, it's cool. I said, I appreciate you messaging me. I said, I originally was writing a whole other response and changed my mind, LOL. I said, but I'm Kristen. It's nice to meet you too, Peter. And then he's like, oh, can I read the other response?
Did you leave it or did you delete it?
No, I was like, I do think I have it saved in clipboard.
Oh, you got that for you just saving it. Look at you.
Well, no, because what happened was I was writing it and then I was trying to leave out the message for a second to read the post or to look at the thread. And I'm like, I didn't want to lose it because I was writing a lot. I was like, I didn't want to lose it. So
you funny.
Yeah, I didn't want to lose my message. It was so yeah. So I did have it, yeah.
Russia just shot down another plane. Kiev, Ukraine's plane. Damn. Shot down.
Hey, Allie, for a second day, the citizens of the capital Kyiv are waking up to the sounds of explosions. Just over an hour and a half ago, we heard a very large explosion here in the center of the city, among the largest, in fact, that we have heard so far. According to an advisor to the Minister of the Interior, a ballistic missile was fired from the direction of Belarus to the capital. Ukrainian officials are claiming that the city's air defense system intercepted the missile. Video shows what looks like an explosion over the city. And according to the state emergency service, something struck a multi-story residential building. Video shows a building here in Kyiv on fire. This followed 2 other sort of booms that we heard further in the distance.
Yo, this girl posted a picture talking about cheap meal, right? And it's home cooked looking, so either her or her husband made it. Steak and lobster with macaroni and cheese and broccoli. Oh my god. Why is that a cheat? Like, that's a cheat meal? Oh, shit, I'd be cheating every fucking day.
Oh, okay. So her husband made the dinner?
I don't know if either her or her husband, but I guess she usually eats cleaner than that or whatever. And her cheat day is a steak with lobster tail, broccoli, and macaroni. Oh, that looks yummy.
Yeah.
Russian troops, about 50 tanks that were seen at the time, crossed the Senkivka crossing, which is an intersection of the countries of Ukraine and Belarus and Russia, making their way toward Kyiv. There was fighting, intense fighting, in the area of the Chernobyl nuclear reactor. There were reports that the Russians had seized that site. There are also reports of intense fighting in other areas surrounding the capital. And now we are hearing from U.S. officials.
He wrote, wow, you really had a lot to say to me. Yes, and I wasn't even done typing.
Oh no, a Bitcoin crash. Wait a minute, let me check and see if I can get, because I was trying to sell one of my Bitcoins so I could buy another wine stock. Okay.
Obviously, we've had a full day of news reporting in Moscow and some protests around Russia. What do you know about what the intent of the Russian forces are?
Thank you, Ali. Well, I think it's obvious at this point that Kyiv is their target. It's obvious at the very least.
I'm not late enough. I can sell it.
Was initially sold 24 hours ago, even to the Russian public. You know, let's not forget that what they said they wanted to do was very clearly linked to the recognition of
okay. So the page crashed earlier. Okay, let's see. I want to.
What you call that girl? Pick-me's?
The pick-me. Yeah, she's a pick-me.
I'm gonna write that in the message too.
Oh, don't tell me.
No. I'm gonna tell. I said yes, and I wasn't even done. And I said, but I changed my mind and didn't send it. I'm saying,
okay.
and I'm writing. Also, because I could see the conversation would have went left because of the pick-me's that was in the group. Also, partially because I know my message.
Okay, I just sold my ADA crypto. Let's see, what can I do? Can I get another wine stock? I was trying to stay up so I could get me another wine stock before I went to bed. Let me see. Because I wanted, let's see. Let's go back in here. I sold that one. Let's go in here. Okay, invest.
Yeah, I know he's gonna read that and be like, a pick me, and I'm like, yes. Because I said, I was like, also partially because I know my message could have made things go left because there was a pick me in the group.
Right.
I said in the thread. So he's gonna be like, what's a pick me? I'm like, somebody that basically is like, ooh, pick me.
Right.
With everything you say. Trying to stand out for attention.
Right. Look like I can't stand these. Okay.
You know, people still laughing at my message.
They are?
People still reacting to my when he got a goofy, huge, cheesy grin in all his pics.
Yep, you put him on blast. He got I need to talk to this girl. I need to talk to this girl.
Because I started to write my long message and then I stopped And then I was like, no, but I gotta say something. I was like, I gotta say something. So then I looked at his picture and that grin was annoying me. So then I went and looked at the other pictures. I started looking at other profile pictures that was up, and they all this stupid grin. So that's why I was like,
that's funny. You have to tell him about that too, because he probably gonna fall in love with you after that.
And then that's when he responded with the you don't want to date me then, LMAO. So I was like, well, that's when I was like, well, I got acrylic wraps on my nails. I'm a New Yorker, so I cheer for New York first and foremost. And I put first in all caps. I said, and occasionally when I'm super tired, no, that's when I messed up. Occasionally when I super tired or sick, I snore. I said, oh, and I hated English writing class, so I don't follow grammar or punctuation regularly. I said, but I can speak properly and write correctly when I have to. Then that's when I was like, wait, hold on. When I read it back and I saw I messed up, I said, oh man, grammar police, I see some errors, but I choose not to correct my response, but it's acknowledged. Like, yes, I acknowledge my errors, but I'm not fixing it. Then he's like, grammar police had me dying, LOL.
Yeah, that's funny.
Grammar police.
$3 short of a full share. Boo. Oh, that's I got $5.26. I need $3 more. I'll get that tomorrow. I'll see. Anthony gonna give me. Anthony gonna cash out me some money. I'll get my phone bill and get an extra $5 so I can get that full share. Okay. All right. So I did get a full share for the other one. Okay. And then I sold one of those crypto things.
No matter how flawed a country is, or their government, or their economy, we've been some conservative journalists in America saying that Ukraine is a corrupt country.
So he goes, yeah, not gonna lie, I would have just said sorry and left it alone, LOL. So I just wrote back, I said, no, it was more so the pick me who probably would have jumped in because she was about to get acknowledged in my response too.
Yeah, he got his hands full. He had no idea what was going to happen.
Yeah, she was about to get acknowledged.
Hey, we've been on for 4 hours.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, I mean, this whole situation going on.
I know.
It is a lot. And then my Facebook drama.
That's funny.
Yeah. When I saw that error, I was like, yeah, grammar police. I see I made errors, but I'm not correcting it. I'm not correcting it, but it's acknowledged though.
Yeah.
But when I saw it, I was like, oh, I need to respond before he says something else. Like, I wanted to make sure I responded before his response to my errors or anything may have come up. So it's like, yeah.
Right.
General Jeffrey, I want to ask you more about the idea of Ukraine fighting this on their own. I want to put up a map of the NATO alliance there. Ukraine is surrounded by NATO countries. NATO countries are, by treaty, compelled to defend each other, but no one's compelled by treaty to defend Ukraine. Well, no question. Neither European Union nor a NATO member. It does have a concern.
So then, just now after I said the pick me, like he didn't ask what pick me was, but I said, I guess because he realized that I said because she was about to get acknowledged. He goes, oh, for a second, I thought it was an acrylic nail crew ganging up on me, in my opinion. Then he goes, I'm totally kidding, LOL. So I'm gonna write, I think I should start one and head it up.
The only good news on this, NATO has
Yeah. Okay, hold on a second, Chrissy. I'll be right back. Yep, Anthony. Huh? Oh, it was like 2 something. I didn't pay it though. Yeah, I didn't pay any of that. They paid everything. They paid for the license tags and everything. The only thing I paid for was insurance. Yeah, but then the insurance is like $91 a month. That's all I paid for. But yeah, when they gave it to me, they paid for the tags, titles, everything. Now, this last time when I had to pay for the tag because they penalized me for not having the insurance, I had to pay, $280 something for it. But when I got the car, I didn't have to pay any of the tax and titles and stuff. Okay.
Betsy, it's been kind of remarkable that everything that has unfolded is exactly as the Biden administration said it was going to unfold. They actually
Anthony upstairs calling me. He's filing his taxes, but he's upstairs. They used to, especially when they were teenagers, they used to bug me. They'd be sitting on the couch. We'd be sitting on the couch watching TV, and they'd be texting me, sitting right next to me, texting me.
That's funny.
What are you doing? I'm sitting right here. You sending me a text.
It's a grimly proud moment for the intelligence community. These are the kind of predictions that people in the IC don't want to be correct about.
So I just wrote. I told you what he said about the acrylic nail crew, right?
Uh-huh.
So then I said, I think I should go ahead one up, LOL. He started writing something, he stopped, and then he goes, I was going to make a bad joke, yo. So I said, go ahead. He goes, you'd be on my do not date list. So then I wrote back, oh, I thought I already was. and then I put the crazy eye where one eye is big, one eye is small, but the tongue is out, and then the upside down face.
He's intrigued now. Yep.
Yeah.
He likes he's intrigued by the girl that's not.
Yeah. Sharon, he is. He goes, I had no idea I was going to get that reaction.
Right? He's intrigued by the girl that's not to pick me.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to have somebody that's totally agreeable. Not unless you're in an arranged relationship or arranged marriage or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And then those people that are in those arranged marriages, they always go outside of the marriage to find the person that's opposite of them, right?
Yeah.
Globally, so people within their territory will have already felt the effect of this war beginning. That's the kind of thing that turns people against.
He goes, big goofy smile at me is on your undateable list too, huh?
Did you ask him how old he is?
I'm gonna ask him in a second.
Okay. What nationality is he?
Well, he keeps posting stuff about Cambodia, Laos, and Thai, so I'm gonna ask him all of that.
Okay, he's Southeast Asian. Yeah, that's Southeast Asian, I think. Yeah, they're actually their culture. They're used to like fiery. Their women are kind of fiery, like that.
So he goes, big goofy smile at me is on your undateable list too, huh? So I said, LOL, no. I said, but honestly, that's what bugged me the most when I was mad at the post and didn't send my response.
Just like him with those nails.
Yeah. That is really what bugged me the most.
He had no idea.
You know, at that moment, it's like you're damn, like you laughing, like it was kind of like a,
Opposites attract.
Mm-hmm. That for Russia feel that pain, number one, for these to become bargaining chips for future negotiations, number two, and number three.
Relationships with passion like that are the ones that always last a while. You gotta have some kind of, you know what I'm saying? You gotta have it's kind of like a battery, you know, the positive and the negative.
Mm-hmm.
David Taylor.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you, breathing more freely with powerful Claritin. Get fast relief with your worst allergy symptoms, including nasal congestion, so you can breathe better.
So there's somebody new in the group, David Taylor.
In what group?
In our AMBW group.
The dating group?
Yep. I just gotta.
I feel like I saw David the other day.
Nope, he just posted.
Oh, David Taylor. Oh.
Mm-hmm. I was the first one to make a comment.
We know where Sharon is.
Yeah, he's young though. He liked my comment. He's born in 76. He lives in South Carolina.
Coleman is 76. I can't think right now. I was born in 85, so if he's 76, I'm 36, 46, he's 45. Okay.
Yeah. So he's in my age range. Because I was born in 68.
He said, so I said, but honestly, that's what bugged me the most when I was mad at the post and didn't send my response. So he's like, what bugged you the most? I said, your smile bugged me when I was mad.
Because it was kind of like a smirk. It was kind of like,
he goes, why? No, wait. He goes, why? My picture did nothing wrong. LOL.
Because it kind of made you, because you were kind of heated, so it looked to you like a smirk, right?
No, it's a big cheesy grin, but it's kind of like it is what is the word I'm looking for?
It was like a smirk,
antagonizing, like it's
right, like a smirk, like yeah. So that just set you off because you were already mad.
Yeah.
You're already mad about him, what he said about the fingernails. That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, like a rub it in your face type of thing.
Yeah, that hurt. Oh, so they've lost 800 people already. Ukraine. Russia's attack. And now there's young kids that they just put that alert out. If you're 18, you can't.
Let's talk more about, the biggest threat that we can go well beyond Ukraine. Russians are moving in on multiple fronts. Take us through Russia's attack. Sure. So what does it do as actually is the Russians are looking at one major thing. They've got one thing in mind, and that is this. And if I press this button, it might be better. But this is key. This is the center of everything. What we've been talking about is the decapitation strike that we think might happen. The first idea is to take out the government here. But how do you do this? Well, the one thing that they do when they get into preparing for the battle is a series of phases of warfare. And right now we're in the very first phase of warfare on Russian standards. And in that first phase, what they're doing is they're actually softening up the ground.
Okay, so now I'm looking at his I had to come back and look at his profile again. And see the first picture that popped up with the little grin that you talk about that probably made you mad.
So yeah, that first picture, right? That first picture. When I went and I scrolled and I saw a few more of his profile pictures, all with the same big cheesy grin. I was mad.
It's because you were upset. That's funny. So now that's funny. That's hilarious. Yeah. Okay. So he's Southeast Asian. Yeah, I see it. Smile. Oh, he likes the crows, so that's cool. He put Brandon Lee quote, "It can't rain all the time." That's cool. He likes the crows. That's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Caused a radiation spill that went over large areas of Europe, basically Central Europe, Northern Europe, and affected a large portion of that continent. And it's really bad in this area.
And he loves his grandma.
Over the years, of course, the radiation has decreased a bit in the outlying areas, but that core of the reactor is still highly radioactive, and it was placed in the sarcophagus. So why is it important to keep that? Well, that could be, depending on what happens, that could be an accident waiting to happen. If I were the Russians,
the hair. Was sticking up. That's the one I couldn't get past. That one with the hair sticking up. Looks funny. Yep, he's very intrigued with you, Chrissy.
holding hostages. I want to talk about the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky. I don't know where he is, but he's saying tonight that he's number one target in that sabotage group that hit Kyiv. How tactically critical is it to keep him safe right now? Well, it's both tactically and strategically critical. He is now, whether he likes it or not, the representative of the Ukrainian nation, and I think he's actually embraced that role. But as the representative, as the head of state, he is critical. It's like in chess, the king. And this is why it's very important for Zelensky to be the entourage of his family to be kept as safe as possible. If the Russians capture him, they will basically try him as a war criminal or potentially execute him on the spot. Because we don't know exactly what can happen. Those are certainly possibilities. If that does happen, that of course brings up a whole other series of questions about human rights, war crimes, all kinds of things that for a Western military would be something that we would never get into. But for the Russian military, they may take that as basically being the cost of doing business. Colonel Lake, thank you. I learned a lot. Appreciate it. You have done absolutely. We're keeping an eye on the situation in Ukraine and bringing you the very latest information. President Joe Biden announcing that Russian sanctions today is going to ratchet them up, but will they be enough? Stay with us.
West Texas Intermediate crude in the $96, $97 range, which means people are already going to feel it at the gas pumps. Everybody in the world, including Russian oil consumers, gas consumers, are going to feel this, but it does benefit Russia to have higher oil prices.
It certainly does. And, you know, I was just listening to your previous segment, and while I totally appreciate Hagar was saying, listen, if gas prices are up, it's a small price to pay if you think about what we'd have to pay for our U.S. military if there was a real conflict. You know, we're now facing off democracy versus autocracy. And I hear all that. The problem is, Allie, we've got a country filled with millions and millions of people that are filling their tanks every day. And sadly, they're not watching us on the news at night. They might not be watching the president this afternoon. They are thinking about how much does my life cost? How can I take care of my family? So politically, this is very difficult for the president. Those are the same people who are saying it doesn't matter what happens on the other side of the world, though it should. I care what I'm paying for gas, and inflation is an issue. Everything in my life costs more. The president is saying he's going to do what he can, but he can only do so much. You want to use our own reserve? That's a short-term fix. You want to work with oil companies? That could be a solution long-term. But right now, we're going to have to brace ourselves because unless we maybe work on the Iran nuclear deal, work on something with Iran.
What are you doing now?
Huh? I can't stand her. This lady on Stephanie Rule. I can't stand Stephanie Rule.
You and I have often talked about the fact that one shouldn't spend too much time trying to figure out the logic of traders because it's not the way regular folks think. But why do you think we ended up with green numbers at the end of the day, not red?
Well, listen, at the end of the day, you look at long-term investors who say, look at this giant dip. Long-term, we're still in economic growth, even though we're dealing with short-term pain. And they look at a day like today as, well, maybe now's a chance that I buy some of those stocks that were cheap.
Like me, if I had the money, I would have gotten that one stock before bed.
What they said?
$3. Yeah, I listened to them when they talk about the stocks and stuff, and that's what I was trying to do. I sold the one crypto account that I had. I didn't sell the other one because that one makes money every day, and I sold the cheapest one. And I was gonna use that money to buy another full share of wine, but I was $3 short.
Regular people don't trade on markets like this. Stephanie, it is going to be very enjoyable starting next week to watch you in this slot every night. I'm so grateful to.
But that's what she was basically saying. Like right now is the time to get some of the stocks that people that are invested in stocks. This is the time to kind of get some right now. Depending on what you get, you gotta, pick the right one.
So Sharon,
huh?
So I said that antagonizing thing, right? But then he goes, I said, right? So I go laugh out loud because it was antagonizing me, like it was laughing too hard at me, and I put a laughing face in it. And then I scrolled and saw other pics of you with the same huge smile. So then he goes, I'm a happy person, okay? Don't be jealous, LMAO. Just kidding. Then he's like, just kidding, LOL, right? So I said, yes, I see that. And then I go, laughing my ass off. How was one not to be jealous, right? And then he goes, no, I just like showing off my teeth, honestly. I used to have really bad teeth. So then I wrote, but in all seriousness, I said that huge smile isn't bad. It truly shows that you are seemingly a genuinely happy person. And then he's like, that's the thing about pictures and social media, though. Things aren't always what they seem. I said, exactly. He goes, but I try my best. And then he's like, how about yourself? So I'm like, yeah, we post what we want to be seen. I said, I'm a content person. I said, life has its ups and downs, so it's all about maintaining. Then he goes, well, if you are ever around the neighborhood, I can take you out to some bomb Asian restaurants to make up for the whole attacking and antagonizing you with my smile.
You should sit the back and say, I got to make sure I got my nails done.
So I wrote, you're in mass, waiting for him to respond. And then I'm going to say that.
I gotta make sure my nails are done.
Wait, so that means I need to come in my New York outfit with my nails done. What else? What else was it?
Right.
Snoring, you wouldn't know. It was snoring and
yeah, snoring, the nails,
the snoring, the New York, and what was the other thing?
Oh
shit! What was the other thing? I don't want to go back and look. I'm trying to remember it without going back and then looking.
Let me see. Let me go.
Wait, no, I'm trying to remember because he said 4 for 4. So the nails, snoring, New York. Oh man, yeah, I have to look. I didn't want to look.
I'm looking. Okay, wait.
I didn't want to have to look.
No, this is on his personal account. Okay, wears acrylic nails, snores, is a New York or Seattle NFL fan, and has horrible grammar and
grammar punctuation.
Yeah, like not hyphenating Spider-Man.
Wait, what?
Like he was using like not hyphenating Spider-Man.
He said that?
Yeah, it's on the thing.
Wait, I don't even remember the Spider-Man comment.
Yeah, it's on that post. He says, wears acrylic nails, snores, is a New York City or Seattle NFL fan, and has horrible grammar and or punctuation like not hyphenating Spider-Man.
He had to add that hyphenating Spider-Man afterwards because that wasn't there originally.
Oh, okay. Well, that's on there now. Like hyphenating Spider-Man, and then that comment,
the post was written. He had written the post at 11 hours ago, and then he edited it 5 hours ago.
Okay, so but it's showing to me it's 10 hours old.
Yeah, no, the overall post is about 11 hours.
Okay.
And then he edited to the Spider-Man thing. So I'm like, I know I didn't see Spider-Man.
Right, so it's on that. This is answer on the pettiest reason you won't date.
Yeah. He edited it and added the Spider-Man part.
Yeah.
You saw many Republicans very critical of Biden. There was not the rallying around the flag that you might have expected in a previous era today. And in fact, there's an enormous amount of second guessing from Republicans. And I'm not even talking about those who joined former President Trump in complete, admiration for Putin or cheerleading for it. Even among Republicans who condemned Putin's actions, they haven't been supportive of Biden. His poll numbers are below 50%. So it's not clear at all that he talks about tough times that the Americans may have to endure as the price of freedom, but it's not clear that Americans
35.
Is
still
he?
screaming at each other in the street over taking public health measures in a deadly pandemic. So it's
he's right at your age.
I'm concerned that what's happening in Ukraine.
What the heck is ATM mean? Oh, careless at the moment.
Right.
Because he wrote, but I can tell you a few things that might make me undateable for you. He goes, let's see. I'm 35, careless at the moment because I wrecked my car a few months ago. I dress up as a superhero and I have a small booty.
A small booty?
Yeah.
You need to tell him to get some of those TikTok pants. That help his booty.
They would. Oh, there was one video where the husband put it on. It was so funny.
Oh, he put the pants on?
Yeah. Because he
no.
saw that it came in for her. He was like, "Oh no," and he grabbed it and put it on. Like it's a couple that like do their little skits and stuff too or whatever.
Oh, that's
so he
funny.
grabbed it. He was like, "Oh no," he grabbed it and he put it on.
FBI special agent and distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute.
Yeah, no, but it's serious. Them pants, them pants are serious. So he's 35. Okay. I was looking at other stuff, so I was guesstimating like 33-ish at one point. So, okay.
Yes, there were late 20s, early 30s.
Well, it's a terrible
34.
fact that literally everything.
But when you told me what kind of job he had, then I was like, yeah, he's got to be more mature, so it'd be like early mid 30s.
Yeah.
Precisely the routes. We drove down every route that we suspected or knew that the invasion forces would have to take, with the exception of the northern Donbass region around Luhansk. But it's played out precisely as we saw, particularly the attack on Kyiv. And where one of the things that your viewers should understand is just because you don't hear about combat, that they haven't moved to contact, that doesn't mean that the Russian forces are not on the move. One of the major cities that we suspected would be the target of the 6th Combined Arms Army, the city of Sumy in the northeast. Major combat is going on in the middle of that city right now. There are forces moving to block, take positions, secure crossroads. What we are surprised at is the air campaign is not unfolded to be what we thought it would be. We thought the cruise missile and ballistic missile attack would be much more devastating, and that there would be sustained air power over Ukraine to the point of total air supremacy or air dominance. That means that the Ukrainian air defenses weren't taken out the way that they wanted to. And I think the Russians are very surprised that there's a Ukrainian army and that they're fighting, and they're going to fight to the end.
Clint Watts, the point you have been making is that every piece of intelligence that we've been getting from the U.S. intelligence community seems to have been correct. And that intelligence includes what Malcolm was talking about, that the Russians would like to take Kyiv or they would like to overthrow this government. They have used remarkable language about denazification for a president who's Jewish. But they are determined. Matt Bodner says they're not using the term regime change, but that's definitely their goal.
That's absolutely right, Ali. And I think if you remember back a couple weeks ago, there was an announcement out of the White House from the intelligence committee about a coup to replace Zelensky. I think that was an essential piece of Vladimir Putin's plan to take Ukraine. Was yes, this military invasion that you see, but was to topple the government almost simultaneously, making essentially chaos to where they wouldn't need to go into Kyiv and try and seize it militarily. I think that plot was disrupted, and what you're seeing now is literally President Zelensky saying that our saboteurs inside, and that he is target number one inside Ukraine, that they need to remove the political leadership to completely destabilize the country, try and make it submit so that they don't have to do full-on, mile-by-mile, block-by-block military invasion of all of Ukraine. So that's going to play out in a very interesting way, and I think the U.S. intelligence and the NATO intelligence, as all of the partners, really helped Ukraine prepare, and I think part of the reason why Ukraine was able to really sustain today, keep things going. I think they were underestimated from what I've seen so far. I think that was in part and parcel with the way the intelligence that came from our allies really helped them prepare for that fight today.
Malcolm, yesterday, when Vladimir Putin announced this, he made a strange reference, something that everybody knows, but was surprised that he said. He reminded the world that they are a nuclear power. It set off some alarm bells around the world among intelligence and defense workers saying, why did he do that? Why do you think he did that?
Well, because he wanted to remind the world that Russia was a nuclear power and that they had the capability to come to an ultimate defense if it came to that, which is mutually assured destruction. I worked at a national nuclear command post. I've seen a full-scale simulated attack from Russia destroying not just the United States, but the world. But the threat that they can use theater or tactical ballistic vouching for that movement in Germany and other countries. But the threat is there. But that's not going to help him in Ukraine. Let me tell you, one of the big questions I had while I was running around the country, when I was meeting with soldiers and members of the armed forces and the military command was, tell us about those IEDs in Iraq and Afghanistan. These guys plan to fight forever, and they are going to make every Russian tank their pay. It's going to be a javelin festival. They're going to destroy anti-tank ambushes, and they're not going to surrender. Even if Zelensky were captured, killed, or incapacitated. I met General Sersky, commander of the land forces. This guy's not going to surrender. They're going to go full partisan.
I get the sense of the enthusiasm of the Russian fighters, but Clint, as you look at their preparedness, they're going up against the Russian military. One of the most trained and populous militaries in the world. Malcolm's right; they're prepared to fight. But what happens? And if NATO cannot come to their defense,
Oh wait, hold up.
to these NATO
Oh gosh.
but none of them are in Ukraine.
Oh shit.
Exactly right, Alan. Day 1, 14, it's about motivation, morale. It's about who wants to fight, who wants to win. Day 14 and beyond, it's about mass and it's about logistics. That's the one thing that we're going to see unfold no matter what happens unless Ukraine gets some sort
What
of
is YouTube saying? How many people watching?
on fuel. And
One.
just the
One.
24
Yep.
hours.
You still signed in YouTube or no?
Yeah, I got my I got my other tab open. Not on my phone though. Let me see it.
I had mine open on the phone, but why did it only say one?
If you're using it, let me see. Let's see if it's talking to you.
Gosh.
What I would note is that I do have some question about the Russian military that went in there today. That they knew how long they were going to be there, that they knew they were going to invade even 24 hours ago. There's some confusion. I think when you see some of the POW tapes that have come out of there, I don't think their morale or heart is in it. But if you're the
No, I got it open on my phone, but it still shows that one.
for the long haul, those that are
Well, I just closed it, but still, I know that's weird that it's only showing up one though.
Oh, it shows up two now. I just refreshed the page.
Ukrainians, I think across the board, they're going to have to find some sort of partnership or way to get food, fuel, ammunition, and weapons back into that country so that they can sustain the fight.
Well, between the two of you, you've got military and intelligence experience, which is really useful for us to understand what's going on. I thank you both, Clint Watts and Malcolm Nance. Coming up, presidential historian Michael Beschloss is here to discuss the false narrative that Vladimir Putin is using to justify Russia's attack on Ukraine.
Ukraine and our correspondents are spread out all across the region. We keep bringing you the very latest.
Certified turbochargers, suspension, and fuel.
Yep, it shows up two now. You still talking to him?
Yeah.
Okay, well then it's our time to log off until tomorrow.
Oh well. Oh yeah. Well, tomorrow.
You go talk to him and then you call me when you get it. Will you go to work tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll call you up from work tomorrow.
Okay, so you're going out of town after work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
What I'll do is, I'll message you when I get to Philly, but yeah.
Well, so you're gonna call me when you get to your mom's.
Well, she's at my brother's house in Philly, so yeah.
Okay. All right.
Alrighty.
Well, I will talk to you tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
my phone number tomorrow.
Off the bananas.
Okay, tell Mr. Green I said good night.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.